Where it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, hello, everybody. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday. Jeez, it's almost over. This week is almost over. So, welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. We are here to discuss the Delphi trial. For anybody who's surprised. But today is closing arguments, and they are well underway with Nick McClelland. We'll go through it. I've got some comments, but I'll save those. Let me say hi to you guys first. Thank you guys for being here. It's early on the West Coast. I mean, it's earlier than I normally go live, but this way we can track what's happening through closing arguments, and we can catch up on just some other videos that I wanted to show you guys. So let me say hi to you guys real quick, and we'll get right into what Nick is up to in the courtroom. So hello, Kitty. Hello, Kitty. What's up, Rexy? Time is flying, Ramblin'. I know. Like, wait a minute. What day is it? It's already freaking great. Rexy, I am definitely better. I still have some congestion, but definitely better. This last week, it's been the tiny human who's been sick. He finally went back to school today. And then apparently like 3 of you guys have messaged me that now you guys are sick. So I don't know if like watching the channel is like contagious or how that's working. Yeah. Hey, Grandma 6. What's up, Johnny? Hey, Dina. Hi, Nancy. Hey, Grendel. Hey, Sarah. Hi, Carla. Hey, Journey. Let's see. Oh, it feels like I was just here. I fell asleep watching the live last night at 4 a.m. this morning and caught the last 20 minutes on replay when I got up. Now we're here again. We just live here. We just live here right now. We live here during the Delphi trial. What's up, Dragonfly Lady? Hey, KK. Hi, Charmaine. Hey, Hillary. I just can't wait for a verdict so I never have to deal with the... Oh, gosh. My problem is going to be if it comes back a guilty verdict. It's like going to be like they're going to want it like a parade. That's what they're going to do. It's going to be so much of the I told you so. You guys are so stupid. But I don't know. I don't feel like it's going to go that way. But I honestly have no idea. I really don't have any idea. Hey, Miss Mala. Hi, Teresa. Yeah, I was listening to that when I was dropping off the kids at school. So anybody who doesn't know, Brian Kohberger from the Idaho 4 case is in court today, while his attorneys are arguing to take the death penalty off the table for his trial. The arguments so far were really bad in my opinion. And the judge is like, no, that's not how it is. That's not what the law states. So I don't know. I'll have to go back and finish watching that one later. But Ann Taylor, his attorney, is arguing that the state of Idaho doesn't have the means to execute their prisoners on death row. So therefore, Brian Kohberger, if convicted, should not have to sit on death row and essentially have anxiety that he's going to get the death penalty, but not knowing how. And the judge is like, no, like Idaho law is that they get lethal injection, and if the medication is not available, they get the firing squad. So I don't know. It's an interesting argument. I think they're just trying to do it for Supreme Court purposes, but that's neither here nor there for this matter. Hi, Travis. What's up, Laura? Hi, Sleuths Investigates. Hi, Indiana Girl. Yeah, so later today, it's supposed to be Bob from Defense Diaries, Andrea Burkhart, and Lawyer Lee while they're waiting for, like, so after closing arguments, while they're just hanging out outside the courtroom, or like a local restaurant, whatever, they're going to do like a multi-stream for like all the channels where they're sitting around kind of doing like a round table of like the legal analysis and what their thoughts are on the case. So they said, according to Bob, they're going to stream it on all the channels. So like around all 3 of their channels. So we should be able to watch it anywhere. I think it'll be interesting just to have like the 3 of them sitting around and actually being able to collab on freaking articles, being able to collab on like their opinions on what they've seen. So that's something for later today for all of those channels. Hey Carlo, what's up? Ginger Snaps. Hey Nola, mama. Let's see. Hey Fair Justice. I hope you were able to find the link. It should have been, I put the link tree in here. Hopefully you were able to find that link. Hey Legal Lacey. Hey Richard. All right, let's drop down here, see who's down here. What's up, Law Junkie? Angie baby. Angie baby. Hey Cheech. Hey Lacey. All right, hi Carly. All right, let me see. Wait, did you say if injection isn't available to do firing squad? Yeah, in the state of Idaho. Yeah, they put that into action last year. Maybe even longer. I think it was last year. Yeah, they brought back the good old firing squad. Squeezing in to find us. Let me get in here real quick. Let me get in here to this live chat real quick. And don't come to Idaho and kill people if you don't want the death penalty. I mean, firing squad. I'm like, they're arguing against this death penalty. Like, we literally just had death penalty cases, that like high profile ones, going through Idaho with this. So I don't know. Hi Lynn. I don't know. I don't know, Lynn. I could go so many different directions right now. What's up, Fluffy Bunny? All right, let me see. Let's pull this up. If I missed you, hello to everybody who's here. We'll pull up Utah has the firing squad too. I didn't know that. What's up, Avery? All right, so she at about 9 o'clock this morning gave the jury instructions. I'll scroll down. Try to get rid of all these flipping ads. Right here. So about 9 o'clock in the morning, she gave the jury instructions that the jury has been given their final instructions. Judge Francis Gold told the jury they are the judges of the law and the facts. Normally they're just the, okay, well, that's neither here nor there. Let's let that go. You must consider the facts, Gold said. The jury will decide on count 1, felony murder for Abigail, while attempting to commit kidnapping. Count 2, murder for killing of Liberty German. I don't know why it doesn't say the same thing, because that's what it is, while attempting to commit kidnapping. Count 3 is murder for knowingly killing Abby, and count 4 is murder for knowingly killing Libby. Hey, Reeker. Hey, court of public opinion. Gold told the jury that the state must prove each element of each crime beyond a reasonable doubt. Gold told the jury that intentionally or knowingly would mean that the suspect had the conscious objective to commit the crime. Gold also defined facts, inferences, and direct evidence. Gold said the fact that Allen chose not to testify cannot be considered. We are not on verdict watch yet, Rusty Nail. We are currently in closing arguments. They shouldn't, not that I'm aware of, they haven't completed closing arguments. No, they have 2.5 hours each. They don't have to use the 2.5 hours, but they have 2.5 hours each. If it comes out that they've already finished, I'd be very surprised. But, I mean, it's noon there. Defense should be underway now, because the state will go, then the defense will go, and then the state still has a rebuttal. So they'll use, let's say they use like 2 hours of their 2.5 hours, or however much he wants to use of it, and then the defense will go, and then the state gets to come back up and say that they're the final. The state only did over an hour for closing, but they get to go again, so they can use up the rest of that time. Do you see what I mean? They most likely won't, because it's only the rebuttal, which is just going. It's the same thing like we were talking about with like in the trial, that they're going to be able to go up and say what they believe against whatever the defense just said. Right. The state gets a total of 2.5 hours. The defense gets a total of 2.5 hours. Neither side really should need that, but I'm actually surprised the state already did an hour, to be honest with you. Yeah, the defense should be up right now. Yeah, Andre, that's what we're going to go over that. Some of the state is on this one. And then let me just have this up so that I can. Let's just have some like the latest going on Twitter, so that anything that does come in, I can just double check it. Sometimes that gets updated as the reporters are out there going, much faster, just putting in something really quick. Yeah, so, okay, we'll just leave that one. What were the charges, Lynn? I love that you come in with other case stuff, though, because sometimes I miss it. So JP with Micah Miller, the feds were raiding his house. Do you know what the charges were? But then I'll get back to this, and I'll just wait for your comment. JP, yeah, JP the pastor. What's up, Deaf Otter? They should sleuth investigates. They should be able to get any evidence they want to review. That's what I was gonna bring it up, Travis, and I was like, I'm gonna let that go. But I was thinking the same thing. I don't know if that's actually if she said that to the jury. I was like, what? For assault. Lily B, I thought you said that JP was arrested for being an asshat. Which I thought, assault and battery. I was like, he's arrested for being an asshat. It's what it is. Okay, so here we go. The juror's instructions. So what Travis is talking about is this statement right here, where it says that Judge Francis Gold told the jury that they are the judges of law and facts. That's not. I don't think she would have said that, but I mean, if she did, I would get a chuckle out of it. I'll tell you that. Okay, let's go up to the way that they do their articles. So this has part of the state's closing in it. So it's Carroll County Prosecutor Nick McClelland delivered the state's closing arguments. McClelland said that on February 13th, 2017 is a day that this community will never forget. A day Abigail Williams and Liberty German went to the trails for a walk and never came back. McClelland reminded the jury that the last thing Libby said to her family was, "Grandma, it'll be okay." Pretty sure it said, "Grandma, I'll be okay," when she told her she needed a jacket, but that's okay. McClelland showed the jury a PowerPoint presentation. The first slide was a picture of Abby and Libby on the car ride to the trails the day they disappeared. It said the girls arrived around 1:48 p.m. McClellan described the search that day, saying no one's looking for 2 dead bodies. They're looking for 2 girls. Hi, Paradox. Daniel. Hi, Chris. They're looking for 2 girls. McClellan said that this type of thing doesn't happen in this small community. McClellan described the search and finding the bodies and the clothes in the creek. McClellan again showed the jury the gory photos of the girls' dead bodies and Libby's phone covered in leaves and water and dirt. Isn't that interesting? Leaves and water and dirt. I'd be curious if that photo really has water on it at all. But McClellan talked about the cartridge recovered from the scene. McClellan showed the quote-unquote bridge guy video, which he called the last moments of the girls' lives captured on Libby's phone at 2:13 p.m. You see what he did there, Autumn? Yeah. McClellan said it shows the moment that Abby and Libby were kidnapped. You can hear the fear in Libby's voice and see the fear on Abby's face. McClellan said Bridge Guy forced the girls down the hill. McClellan said the investigators enhanced the video and showed it to the jury again. McClellan then went over the witness testimony about quote-unquote Bridge Guy. McClellan said that witness testimony put Alan's car in the lot. Who testified that put Alan's car in the lot? Whose testimony would have done that? I don't think that happened. I mean, I'm all for like maybe it did and I'm not remembering it, but I don't think anybody testified to putting Alan's car in the lot. McClellan said the phone data showed the girls moving on the bridge at 2:13 p.m. as the Bridge Guy video was taken. McClellan says movement of the phone stops in the health app at 2:32 p.m. McClellan drew a map showing where various witnesses were in relation to Abby and Libby on the trail and where they reported seeing quote-unquote Bridge Guy. McClellan said they know Bridge Guy is the guy in the video who kidnapped and killed Abby and Libby. So if we can determine who Bridge Guy is, we can determine who killed Abby and Libby and who is guilty of felony murder. Betsy Blair testified that she saw the Mercury comet. Mullen? Maybe Mullen testified to it. No talk. Well, they did toxicology, but it never came up because it was obviously not. There was nothing in the reports that was pertinent to testimony. So they just didn't. They didn't have anybody testify about it. Well, Dragonfly Lady. They literally. I mean, Nick does say that. Nick says Bridge Guy is the killer. I mean, whether the jury believes him or not, I don't know. Did the jury hear evidence to show BG killed the girls, or is that left up for reasonable inference? I mean, they don't bring evidence that RA is BG beyond reasonable doubt. That's kind of where I'm at with the whole thing. They first have to prove that BG is the one who killed them. And I think that's essentially he's saying if you just look by looking at the video and listening to Libby's voice and looking at Abby's face, the fear that they have must mean that BG killed them. I think the majority of people are probably going to agree that BG is the bad guy here, but not everybody agrees with that. And I don't know if you can say beyond a reasonable doubt. I mean, remember, it's not beyond all possible doubt. Like it doesn't have to be proven 100%. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt that a reasonable person would believe it. So I think I could see people going, yeah, Bridge Guy's the guy who did it. If I was deliberating, how would I challenge a juror that thinks he's guilty? I think I would go with whatever reason they think he's guilty, and I'd have to pick that. So if you tell me the reason you think he's guilty, we can, you know what I mean? Like I would go by piece by piece. But I do believe that they would, this is what they should do as the jury goes in for deliberations. They should sit down and go through like each witness. Like this is what you heard from this witness. This is what we took away from it. Was this witness, somebody that actually plays into this timeline or has anything to actually do with this crime? And they just go witness by witness by witness, and then, or whatever they feel like, maybe they figure out like this is the most important piece of evidence that we have or whatever. And then they pick like certain categories and they just go down a list of like, this is what we need to figure out. I would do it witness by witness. That would be me. And just say, yeah, so here's the facts that this witness testified to. And so we put that over here in this column. They'll pick the foreman when they go in to deliberate. All right, let's see. So he said, so if we can determine who Bridge Guy is, we can determine who killed Abby and Libby and who is guilty of felony murder. McClellan said the volunteer file clerk saw the tip box from 2017 in 2022. McClellan answered a jury question. McClellan answered a jury question that Allen had the only 2016 Black Ford Focus registered in Carroll County in 2017. I think they're misreporting how this probably went down. I'm going to just assume this is something like, you guys were so smart. You guys asked this question and we went and got the information for you. So this was information we gathered based on one of your questions, jury. Because, the jury's not sitting there asking them questions right there about a Ford Focus. So that's just probably poor wording. McClellan said that the car can be seen in the video at the Hoosier Harvest Store at 1:27 p.m. Ironically, I still don't think they ever showed the Hoosier Harvest Store video. I don't think a jury's ever seen a video. I don't think they've ever seen a video. But, they saw a picture of the video, so I guess they're just going to go with that. McClellan said that Allen confirmed he was wearing the same clothes as Bridge Guy and was on the Monon High Bridge that day. That is the craziest shit to me. I can't even believe he's putting that in closing arguments. McClellan said that Allen changed his time frame by a few hours between his initial interview in 2017 and when police interviewed him 5 years later. McClellan said that Allen got more angry during the interview and would not let police search his phone and house. That's the interview with Mullen and Liggett, where he ends up calling Mullen an asshole. Hi, holy shnikes. I hope that we get to see the video. I hope we get to actually see that full video when this is all said and done. Yeah, what a cop-out. If I just convince you that he's the Bridge Guy because he said he's wearing the same clothes, talk about such a bad argument. And it's just such a bad argument. I hope the jury sees like the guy said he was wearing the same clothes, but yet you never found him. You went and took all of his blue jackets and it didn't match. Not that he couldn't have gotten rid of it, but my point is you're saying, you're saying he's wearing the same clothes. Okay, go fucking find him. Lynn, so what I was told before the trial even started was that the evidence, the exhibits would be released based on what would be allowed to be put out in the public. And I'm paraphrasing what she told me. So that was when I was asking if we were going to get like the exhibits like daily, weekly, or like how that was going to go. And that's when she responded and said, you're going to get them all at the end. And I was like, okay. But then the news media started filing and saying, hey, we should have public access to these exhibits. And so that's when she came up with the 15 minutes a day where only the credentialed media can go into this little gallery and look at the evidence. So I've never heard anything back from anybody. Like they obviously aren't giving it to the general public, but last I was told was that we would get whatever would be available after the trial. Now, We talked about this a little bit last night because let's say he's found, let's say it's a hung jury. If it's a hung jury and he's going to go ahead and retry the case, she's probably just going to seal everything. I don't know. All right, so side note, real quick. This is a fantastic news, malicious intent. Anybody who's following the Meline Kingsbury case out of Minnesota, her, were they actually married? I don't know if were they actually married? I don't, or he's like the, I know they were splitting up at the time that this happened, but he was found guilty today, right now, during this live, found guilty on all counts of murder of Meline Kingsbury. I believe his sentencing is life in prison. They weren't married, but the father of her kids. They were like, what do you call it, like common law. So great news. Adam Frable found guilty on all counts. Thank you, malicious intent, for coming in and sharing that info. I was looking for updates earlier. Yeah, if it's a hung jury, I think she'll just seal everything. She may try to seal everything anyway. Who knows? Yes, call me later. I'm just checking comments real quick. In the interrogation video, did Rick say he was wearing a blue jacket? Because I'm pretty sure he said either blue or black, and he thought probably black. Charmaine, you are correct. But that Nick's not going to tell the jury that. He doesn't want them to remember that. He was wearing the same clothes. No, he was like, I was wearing a black or blue jacket. I've argued this point so many times with like the fact that my husband owns black and gray and blue. That's all he owns. And blue is technically the ones he has for work. So it's like black, gray, or blue is the only type of jacket you're getting out of that guy. And we've been together 17 years. And he's never owned a different color jacket. Like there isn't another color jacket for him. So even if you ask him what he was wearing 10 years ago in January, he'd say I was probably wearing a black or gray sweatshirt or jacket. Like that, that's my issue with that whole statement in general. And I know I'm personalizing it, but that's like, you didn't find the flipping jacket. This would only matter if you found the jacket. See, Paradox is like, yeah, that's me too. And 80% of the jackets are black or blue. If you go look at just all the interviews of people that were doing the searches, of people that were out at the trails, giving just interviews, you know, after the girls were found and how sad they are. Look at every guy in those. Look at every guy in those interviews, and they're wearing a black or blue jacket. And that's why everybody was like, everybody looks like Bridge Guy. All I have is black, blue, and gray jackets as well. Yeah, it just doesn't have any. Yeah, he's saying that he found the jacket. We haven't got there yet. Okay, let me keep going. So McClellan says that Alan got angry during the interview because he was like, yeah, I thought I was here to like help you guys. And you guys are trying to like act like I'm the guy who did this. So like, yeah, fuck you. I was going to let you look at my phone. I was going to let you look at my house. But now you're being a dick. So yeah, get a search warrant. I don't know how that's even. He got upset because he was being accused of killing the girls. He was like, wait a minute, you guys like tricked me. Shoot. Okay, sorry. It refreshed on me, so let me go back down to where I was. Shut it. Gosh, what are all these stupid pop-ups everywhere? Okay, McLean said he confirmed he was wearing the same clothes as Bridge Guy and was on the Monon High Bridge that day. McClellan said that Allen changed his time frame by a few hours between his initial interview in 2017 and when police interviewed him 5 years later. Got angry during the interview. Okay, McClellan said the search warrant found the car and just a Carhartt jacket. a Carhartt jacket. Found a Carhartt jacket. Surprise, surprise, the same jacket as Bridge Guy was wearing. McLeland has said Allen had the same brand and caliber of bullet in his home as was found at the scene. So he's using that Winchester from the keepsake box then, because that's the only round that was found at the house that's the same brand. Because everything else was Blazer. I don't even know how they know it's a Carhartt jacket. Probably because Richard Allen had a blue Carhartt jacket, so now it has to be one. We went through years of trying to figure out exactly what jacket that was, and nobody was able to ever like pinpoint the Carhartt logo, which is a pretty dominant logo on their product. But Nick says it's the same jacket. McLeland said Allen had the same brand. Oh, I already read that one. McLeland said that 2 months after the murders, Allen Googled Delphi, Indiana news. Should I die now? Die now? Should I die now? Should I die now? I'm curious what that Google search would bring up. McLeland said the Indiana State Police testing on the gun matched the cartridge found at the scene. McLeland said that was verified 3 times by the boss of the lab technician, who is the president of a national organization. McLeland said, see how the pieces are starting to fall into place? McLeland said that Allen had no explanation for why his bullet was at the scene. McLeland said Allen used his gun to get power over the girls. He said that he brought up Allen's second interview with his wife. You saw how he tried to manipulate her. Oh, I did not hear anybody reporting that from the courtroom saying that it seemed like he was manipulating her. Did anybody, I mean, you guys are out there watching a lot of stuff on the YouTube streets. Did you guys see anybody inside the courtroom? You know, any mainstream media or anybody from, social media that was inside the courtroom that said in that video it seemed like Richard Allen tried to manipulate his wife? I'm just curious. I mean, I'm not saying that facetiously. I really want to know if anybody ever reported that. McLeland said Allen got angrier and was arrested and sent to Westville. Okay. He got angrier and was arrested and sent to Westville. I feel like there's more to that. Scarlett, you did hear that? Oh, Murder Sheet said it. Is that true? Okay, so I mean, it's out there, I guess. I don't, and I'd not heard that reporting at all. He's returning to say she may have said she didn't think she knew he was on the bridge, and he reminded her. Well, I mean, his whole thing was that he went and talked to the police because I don't know. I'll reserve that because I think there's 2 parts to this. You didn't tell me you were on the bridge, means you didn't tell me you went out on the bridge, but you didn't tell me you were at the bridge. But the whole point was that he supposedly went and talked to Doolin and called into the tip line because his wife knew he was at the bridge that day, that he was in the area, and so she wanted him to. So, which one is it then? They did say that. That's funny. Gosh, me too, Lynn. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think that has any. I don't know what that has to do with anything. I think that's kind of silly. I don't know how that's trying to manipulate her, but I don't listen to them, so I don't know. That could have been. Let's see. That could have been all we had to present to you, but it's not. So he literally just said that's all they would have had to present. Is literally him saying he was there, that he has a blue jacket, and the Hoosier Harvester camera. And then you have Melissa Oberg still being their big bombshell. but it's not because Richard Allen confessed. So McClellan played a recorded call of Allen confessing to his wife, Kathy. I did it. I killed Abby and Libby. Kathy says, no, you didn't. Allen says, yes, I did. Kathy says, why would you say that? Because maybe I did, Allen said. Why is he playing this one? He's like, maybe I did. I think I did. I don't fucking know if I did. Maybe I did. Why would Nick play this one? That's not, I don't know why he would play this one, but okay. Because maybe I did. I think I did. I think I did. Why would you say that, Kathy said. Because I think I did. No, you didn't, Kathy said, crying. They're screwing with you to get you to say things. McClellan said Allen made the confessions unprovoked, unpressured, of his own free will. McClellan then brought up the letter that Allen wrote to the warden saying he was ready to confess. Hey, Sophie. Hey, Maligator. Hey, Gray. Oh, murder sheet. Murder sheet, Lynette. Murder sheet. He talked about the confession to Allen's psychologist, Dr. Monica Walla. McClellan said Allen told Walla he made sure the girls were dead because he didn't want them to suffer. Allen told Walla he didn't think he sexually assaulted the girls, but he didn't remember. He said Allen was not behaving strangely or suffering from psychosis when he made that confession. Are we fucking serious right now? Is this for real? Sweet Melissa, is it really? I wondered that. That was my number 2 lesson on Twitter that I put that I've learned through the Delphi case. Do not Google movies that you forgot the name of. Do not Google them. This is not true. He's literally diagnosed by the doctor, Martin, who he had testify. I'm so confused by this. So, just a friendly reminder, anything that an attorney says, which includes their opening and closing arguments, is not considered evidence. It's just a presentation to the jury. It's not considered evidence. So he doesn't have to, I mean, I guess this is, I mean, a little bit of a twist on what actually happened, because that's just weird to me, but they know that. So I don't know why he would be doing that. McClellan brought up the multiple reports from the guards that Allen had confessed to. The guards reported Allen said he stole a box cutter to commit the killing and discarded it at the CVS where he worked. McClellan brought up Allen's more detailed confession to Walla, where he said he was scared by a van. McClellan said Allen told Walla he kept living his life because he hadn't been caught. He then played another confession call. This one was to his mom. He said, so did Kathy tell you I did it? Allen asked. She said, we're not going to discuss this, okay? You know we love you, don't you? And Allen said, regardless. I just know you don't have it in you to do something like that, his mom said. He said, Mom, I wouldn't sit here and tell you I did it if I didn't. And she said, saying you did it doesn't mean you did. And he said, it does when I did it. McClellan said that Allen's phone call was unprovoked and of his own free will. He said it shows that Allen is not suffering from psychosis and that he trusts Walla and talked to her every day. McClellan said Allen continued to make confession calls even after he was moved to Wabash Valley Correctional Facility. Really? Did he? Did you play those calls? Where's those calls? Where's those calls? No, you didn't play any of those. There's not one single call from Wabash. Which, if we're arguing that he was either psychotic or under suffering psychosis or not suffering psychosis during these other confessions, and everybody was in agreement that by September he was, September-ish, was it July, August, September was when he was not suffering psychosis anymore. He's not moved until December. If you have calls from Wabash, wouldn't that be way more imperative to your case? That would be way more imperative to this case, because there would not be a single reasonable doubt based on the psychosis diagnosis. Hey, that's psychosis diagnosis. So he's saying, yeah, he continued to make these confession phone calls when he moved to Wabash. But yeah, I didn't bother to tell you or let you guys listen to any of those. He said that Brian Harshman listened to more than 700 calls and reviewed Allen's confessions. He said that Harshman followed up on Allen's statement about a van and found out that Brad Weber was driving his van that day. So stupid. Something only the killer would know, McClellan said. McClellan said there was no doubt in Harshman's mind that the voice in the Bridge Guy video was Allen. Oh my God. I really hope the jury's just looking at him like, what the fuck are you talking about? Now all the pieces are clear, Nick says. All the pieces are together. Richard Allen is the Bridge Guy. He kidnapped them and later murdered them. He slit their throats. He stole the youth and life away from Abby and Libby. He began summarizing the events of February 17th. He said, as Libby clung to life and grabbed her throat, she began to cry. He said that, and then Allen killed Abby. McClellan said Allen lived in the community for 5 years, but didn't realize he left behind a cartridge from his gun. McClellan said that Allen then confessed over and over about what he did and how he did it, with details only the killer would know. McClellan asked the jurors to find Richard Allen guilty on all 4 counts. Remember, so Nick got to go. Now the defense is going, and then Nick gets to come up again, or he can have one of the other prosecutors come up, and they get to do a rebuttal. So he used an hour of his time. He still has about an hour and a half. So, he will be back up again. That's not his finale. He gets the final say so because the burden is on him. So let's see if what they've reported from the defense.
Thanks for inviting us in.
Thanks for inviting us in. Okay, so defense. The defense closing arguments. Closing arguments are finished. There is a lunch break until 1. Prosecuting attorney will have the prosecution's rebuttal before Special Judge Francis Gold gives the jury its final instructions. The prosecution's closing argument lasted 58, while the defense's lasted an hour and 17. Okay, maybe I hate when they do this in their articles, so maybe it's down here somewhere. No, it's not in here. Let me go to the other article. You can't sit with us. You can't sit with us, Walla. I don't trust you. I think that you were feeding information every which way so that you could feel part of the game.
Thanks for inviting us in. This is the Delphi Debrief here on WTHR Plus. Day 16 of
Shut it. Yeah, the jury will have it today. All right, let me see if the other news outlets have. So they're reporting that the defense is done and how long they took, a little over an hour, but they're not. They haven't updated their blog on what was actually said for the defense. So let's see if they have it. I don't know, you guys. Like, that's really frustrating to me that he's like saying, and that's not, it's what they do. So it's not a surprise, but I mean, he's saying things in there that are just absolutely not factual. Nobody testified to seeing Richard Allen's car parked there. Nobody testified to that. If somebody testified to that, you guys need to tell me who, because I don't recall anybody testifying to that. Wall, I don't. Yeah, Wall. I don't know if Wall is really here. Yeah, thank you, Nola. I just pulled that one up too. Hey, criminal man. I'm just so frustrated with some of that. Like, that's not and then he's still continuing to confess on these phone calls once he's in Wabash, and Harshman heard him. Okay, well, great. Nobody fucking told the jury. Nobody played him for the jury. And the public would be very curious to hear what Richard Allen is confessing to in Wabash. Hi, Miranda. I hope you're feeling good. I think that the public would like to hear that. What did those confessions entail? Were they more of the same stuff? What was happening at the time? But I mean, from the general perception of every doctor that testified, by January of 2024, he wouldn't have been suffering from psychosis. So why not play those fucking phone calls? It's facts, not in evidence. But I don't think you can. I mean, you can object to certain things in closing arguments, but not. I don't know the criteria behind it. Maybe Travis, if he's still in here, he can kind of tell us what that is. But I don't think she had anything to testify to, Jackie. That's my opinion. She couldn't offer him an alibi. She was at work. She wasn't there. And so I don't know what her point would have been when they already had the commitment from state witnesses that they did. None of law enforcement believed that Richard Allen ever went back to the scene. So they didn't need her to testify for the alibi for the night because nobody thinks he was there at that time. I just don't know. I don't think she would have been any good. I don't think she had anything to offer in testimony. Now, does it look weird to the jury that she didn't testify? I wonder. That's interesting, Paradox, because you've been pretty big on that you do think he's guilty too. But you don't think that you would be able to sit on the jury and convict him. We've got a different crew of people here today. Let's do the polls we did last night. Let's see what you guys come up with today. Give me a second. Let me pull up. Yeah, let's see. So we did these polls last night because we did a later night live. Later night, that doesn't make sense. A later at night live than I don't know what the hell I'm trying to say. You know what I'm saying? And we did some of these questions last night, but a lot of you guys, because of time zones and stuff, a lot of you guys are different that are here right now. So let's see what you guys have to say. We'll do the second one we did. If you are a juror, you vote. You only get two choices here. You're a juror on this trial, just from what we've been told and what's been reported to the public. You get two choices. You're the juror. So remember, this one is you are a juror on this trial for this case. What do you vote? We'll do a second one in just a little bit. So if you are a juror on the case, what do you vote? Not what do you think they're going to vote. We'll do that one later. Right now, what do you... Richard's like, I'll abstain from doing that, from voting on that one. And then we'll do what we think the jury's going to do. I want to figure that. What we need, Dean, we need to come up with something where we can do that too. I want to do something where we can track what you guys, how long you think the jury's going to take. But okay, so you guys vote in that poll. I'm going to start reading through the defense closing. Okay, so Rosie tells the jury they've been there for almost a month and have seen 17 days of evidence. The defense trusts that what you've heard over the last several weeks. Okay, Rosie tells the defense trusts that what you've heard over the last several weeks. What? That doesn't even make sense. Rosie says there are 4 main themes. There's a broken timeline. I would have loved if he would have done the B's. If he would have done all B's. The broken timeline, the bumbled ballistics, and false confessions and digital forensics. Yeah, that sentence is terrible. Rosie tells the jury that the state has presented a theme of what they don't want you to hear is what we had to tell you. He says we had to do their job. I don't actually know if I can even read this article. Some of these don't even make sense. The state presented a theme of what they don't want you to hear is what we had to tell you. He says we had to do their job. Rosie expands on that by saying that the state refused to have a height analysis done on Bridge Guy. I was hoping that they were going to literally just go through and list all the things that was wrong in the investigation or what they didn't do. I was hoping they were going to do that. They would do something like that. This is one of the worst summaries ever. I'm like, these sentences don't even make sense. I don't know if I can handle it. It's okay though. He says hours of video interviews from 2017 were lost. Tells the jury that the state had to look at a detail about the Ford Focus after doing a BMV search in the middle of the trial. After a juror asked about it, he said the juror asked if it was the only 2016 black Ford Focus registered in 2017. Rosie begins to describe witness testimony. Well, I'm going to go back over here and see if they've updated their article yet, because this is so fucking bad. Who wrote these garbage? That's right, man. Like, hopefully they updated theirs. Did they update? They still haven't fucking updated theirs. Okay. This is so bad. I don't even know what to do. Rosie begins to describe witness testimony, saying that Brad Heath said he saw an unusual man that day. He said that Betsy Blair, he didn't testify that he saw an unusual man. He saw an unusual vehicle. He said that Betsy Blair's testimony didn't tell the whole story. What? I'm sorry, you guys. I don't even know if I can handle this. Rosie said, I have to take a breath before I talk about here. This is bad. This is so bad. This is so bad. He says when referring to Sarah Carbaugh, so apparently that's her. I have to take a breath before I talk about her. He says Carbaugh conflated muddy and bloody. He tells the jury they may discount a witness, calling it credible dubiosity. He says the jury that they can discredit Carbaugh. I'll see if I can find another one. Let me look. Because I think it's terrible. It's so bad. I was like, oh, hopefully they'll come back and edit it at some point.
And holiday trips. And holiday toys.
Yes, man. It's so frustrating. Super frustrating. That article is so bad. I don't even understand what they're even saying. All right. I'm trying to see if there's. Let's see if Fox has anything better. I can't see the chat right now, so if you guys are telling me where to go, give me a second. I'll be right back. Let me see if Max has anything better. Max does not have anything, so no, that's not going to work. What about Kyla? Does she have anything? She legit just has that they wrapped up their closing arguments. This is so dumb. Hi, Ariel. Let me look at Fox 59 website and see about their blog. I just keep waiting for WTHR to update theirs, but they haven't. I'll refresh Wish and see if they've fixed all their bullshit, but I'm going to Fox 59. We'll see what they have. Because that was just so bad. No, theirs isn't updated either. I feel like they just went and just typed up as quick as they could, and now it just looks like shit and we can't understand it. You looked at the Prezi last night? What'd you think? It's not done. It's not done. Maybe we'd feel differently if we'd been in the courtroom listening to testimony every day. It's a great point, Miranda. Sleuthie actually brought that up last night, too. And she was like, maybe if we heard some of this, I could change my mind. But it's tough. From just the way that things have been reported to the public, their case is shit. All right, so let's just, if you guys find something, Sleuthie, hit me up if you find some other better written source. But right now I got nothing. Don't forget the poll, T. All right, let's go. We'll check that out. We hopefully wait for something. All right, there's still another couple hundred of you in here to vote, so make sure you guys vote. Hey, Lowlight. If I was on that jury, I'd want to walk right back into the courtroom without so much as a bathroom break. You'd go in there and just do that. What do they call it? The straw man vote or whatever it is. You just go in there and you're like, okay, who's all guilty, who's all innocent, or who's all not guilty. All right, I'm gonna leave the poll. I'll leave the poll up for just a little bit longer. Yes, they can, Ted. They can write questions to the judge. Okay, so Rosie says the prosecution did not tell them about David McCain, Shelby Hicks, or Cheyenne Mill because it doesn't fit their narrative. Like, essentially, just you didn't tell them about all these other people who were out on the bridge. This is multiple people because Cheyenne's there with another Shelby. This Shelby is there with Daniel Pearson. I mean, there's multiple people, but all these people are on the bridge at that time. I'm wondering if Nick put any of those guys on the map. Rosie tells the jury the prosecution didn't include Alan's timeline regarding how he got to the bridge. Alan nods his head in agreement in the courtroom. Yeah, you didn't tell him that. You're right, Rosie. Rosie suggests to the jury that they should use two pieces of evidence to exercise common sense. The two interviews from October 13th and October 26th, 2022. The Prezi's a work of art, but you can get lost in it. Rosie said that Brad Weber's gun could not be excluded as the one that cycled the cartridge found at the scene. Rosie says Weber had sticks in his garage, and the state did not mention that. He brings up Weber's account changed from February 13th. Rosie talks about the phone calls on April 3rd that the state didn't bring up at all. Rosie said that the state did not offer up information. Well, what about the fucking phone calls? What about these calls? Rosie said the state did not offer up information on the FBI leaving the investigation. He says the sticks laid on the girls' bodies were not even collected. Brings up the Westville videos of Alan. He says Alan was in solitary and without human interaction. He says the state only wants you to hear a few words. Rosie says the quote-unquote magic bullet is the majority of the state's case. He says the state just wants the jury to believe Oberg and ignore the state not bringing up photos. Oh, I guess because she was like, oh, I don't want them to see my photos. Those are my work product, essentially. He's like, use your common sense. Rosie mentions Libby's phone being plugged into an accessory was not brought up by the state. He shows the jury a phone timeline. You should question their credibility, Rosie says, referring to the prosecution. He says the state was desperate to make an arrest. Tells the jury that Brad Weber's van detail was only recently added this year. He says it took 7 years for the hair and DNA testing to occur. Rosie says that Alan's Google searches have no proof that Alan actually even made the searches. The searches are, that's what Kathy was going to testify to, was about how she could have been the one making the searches. The searches are only registered to his email, he says. I don't even understand what was searched that's so damn bad. Do Rosie and Baldwin not know that most of these that he was Googling had to do with TV shows and movies? I'm wondering if they just didn't, because I don't know why they wouldn't have shown that. Like, this is a TV show. This is a movie. This is a TV show. Rosie said the Google search information was forensic examiner Chris Cecil offering the jury, quote unquote, fast food. Rosie tells the jury that the man who performed the autopsies on the girls, Dr. Roland Kaur, said in a deposition that there may have been more than one murder weapon, but now says it could be a box cutter. He says Kaur said this after meeting with the prosecution 3 times. No way. There's no way. There's too many women on that jury. And you know us women, we like true crime. We like all that stuff. So I don't know how that, I don't know if that wouldn't, I don't think that'd go over very well. There's a lot of women on that jury that are like my age or right around there. I don't know. I don't think that would work for them. So that the Emmy only starts discussing a box cutter after he meets with the prosecution 3 times. Rosie tells the jury that they should consider that Carbaugh didn't see anything. He says the state has only a few key moments in their timeline. February 13th at 2:13, the Bridge Guy video. February 13th at 3:56 p.m., Carbaugh sees a man walking on 300 North. Rosie calls Carbaugh's testimony worthless. He says Abby. Oh, I gotta stop laughing before I go into something serious like this, because that's just funny. It's just like this. It's just this, her fucking testimony is just fucking worthless. Like I don't even know how you guys can even take her seriously. He says Abby would have lived for 5 to 10 minutes and could have screamed, but nobody heard any screaming. Rosie says the state ignored that there could have been more than one killer. Which is ironic because they technically didn't ignore that. That was their entire theory for years, including when Richard Allen was arrested. And it only changed after his quote-unquote confessions. He says he also ignored that someone could have accessed the bridge from the south side. That the state ignored the fact that somebody could have accessed the bridge from the south side. I don't know how they didn't come up with that. Did they look at the list from last night, Amber? I know, right? Like they're pinpointing a lot of the things we talked about. Al, I agree with you. That's my whole thing. If they go as Sarah Carbaugh, then he's not scared. He's not spooked. He's not killing them because he needs to get out of there, because he ends up staying there. If he kills them at 2:32, he stays at the crime scene until 3:57 p.m., according to the state's theory. I don't know why they would have ignored that somebody could have come up from the south side of the bridge. It makes so much more sense. He said the state suggests the crime was labor intensive and committed by a 5'5" man without a trace in a short period of time. I mean, at least their writing has gotten a little bit better. Rosie says it is just implausible. Tells the jury that Allen went to law enforcement after the murders in 2017 and was also cooperative in 2022. He says Allen still cooperated after he knew he was a suspect. That's as far as they've got it updated. Let's go see if WTHR did anything yet. I don't know, you guys. It's crazy. Okay, so let's see. Okay, let's go back to your go back to the poll. So right now it's 90% of you. If you are a juror, on this case, you vote not guilty. 10% of you voted guilty. We did this math last night with Sleuthy. So, I mean, that's you're looking at like an 11-1 split right there. A 10-2 maybe. Yeah, counting sheep, I won't let you change it. Okay, so I'm going to do one more poll. Well, for now, we'll do one more. Now, if what you think the jury is going to come back with, the actual jury, what will the jury verdict be? Not what you think based on everything you know, but just based on what was given to the jury. Sleepy. One of your biggest fears is clicking the wrong button for poll, and you can't take it back. You can't take it back. Okay. So what do you think the jury is going to come back with? What do you think our verdict is going to be? I'll do a refresh over here one more time. Let's see. Oh, there's another one. Rosie says, even through the face of lies, Allen stood strong. He says Allen lived in the community and didn't have a reason to leave because he didn't do it. Let's see if they updated anything. Seriously, they don't have anything new here? Ah, there's a lot of you guys who think it's going to be a hung jury. That's interesting. Sleuthy, did you vote? Or are you nervous that you're going to hit the wrong one? All right, I'll leave that one going for a little bit, and then I have another one. We can probably do a few different time slots for when we think the verdict will be back. You did vote? Okay, good. Hi, BR. Can we afford to do this all over again? I'd say the voters say no. I say Nick doesn't care. He said he's good. He'll do it again regardless. That's right. That's where we kind of landed last night, was that Nick isn't gonna walk away because he thinks that he's right. I was thinking that he would try to get some other piece of evidence, because specifically if the jury comes back hung like on an 11-1 or a 10-2 in favor of not guilty. Yeah, I am, Nancy. I was just trying to get through this stuff first. Yeah, I'll play it. I'll play their video. At least one juror, maybe more, will not be able to get past the so-called confessions. I agree with you. That's where I'm stuck at hung. I mean, if we're going hung, we're gonna have a pretty good indicator of that, because the jury's gonna come back into the courtroom. They're gonna send her some notes, and they're gonna be like, "We're not able to reach an agreement," and then she's gonna have to continue to like push them back in there to deliberate. She can give them the Allen charge and be like, "Okay, here we go. Like, you guys don't have a choice. You got to figure it out." But I also can't. So even with one juror or maybe more not being able to get past the confessions, I can't imagine that 12 of them are going to agree that he's the guy on the bridge, that the state proved that he's the guy on the bridge. I don't know. I can't wrap my mind around it. It just doesn't make sense to me that 12 people will believe that he's the guy on the bridge after what the state put forward. Consider the people voting and how they've been exposed to hours of pro-defense argument criticizing each piece of the state's evidence in detail and little commentary on the totality of evidence. No, that's one of the things that we did, though. We tried to go through what evidence is good for the prosecution. I don't know that there is any. I don't know that there is anything that's different than what we've known for a long time now. Rosie brings up the forensic examination Oberg did of the cartridge found at the scene. He says Oberg's testing did not show sufficient agreement between the cartridge that was found and the cartridge that was tested. He says the photos from the cartridge testing should be the main thing the jury is stressed about, because there isn't an agreement. Rosie says Oberg told them, "You should just believe me because I said so. Don't look at the photos, just believe me because I said so." Hold on, I'm pulling it up, Sluthi. Oh. People on Twitter saying that Kathy knew Kathy should be on trial with Richard Allen. Jeez, people are fucking mean, man. That's gross. Yeah, somebody wrote that Kathy Allen should be on trial with Richard Allen, that she knew he killed 2 little girls and came home from work and made love to him covered in blood. Like, just like, that's fucking weird, dude. I don't even know getting into that. All right, let me go back over here. He said the state did not have the cartridge re-examined because Oberg's work was so horrid. So he's saying, Oberg says you should just believe me. The state did not have the cartridge re-examined because Oberg's work was so horrid. Well, according to Nick, her supervisor is the person who double checks her work. So they didn't send it out to be retested by anybody else. But I don't. There seems to be somebody who's really into firearms on this freaking jury, and so I just can't imagine that they're not going to question testing a fired round against an unspent round and thinking that that's going to be a legit match. I don't know. I struggle with that. I don't know. Some people are just fucking weird. They're just weird. Bitter because of terrible investigation and prosecution. Hey, Cat. What's the Fiend doing? I don't know what they're going to do. I don't even know how anybody listens to them anymore anyway. Fucking waste time. Oh, you voted guilty. You don't trust this jury. You think that they're going to come back guilty. I think it's a possibility. I don't think anybody should rule it out. I think this could go any which way. This could go any which way. You just got back from Delphi? Did you go to closing arguments? Or are you just hanging out in Delphi? He tells the jury that Alan's situation in this case is unprecedented, referring to Alan being in solitary confinement. He says Alan was treated like a convicted murderer. Alan is nodding his head in agreement in the courtroom. Like, yep, I was treated just like a convicted murderer. You went to the afternoon session the last 2 days? Did they have an afternoon session today? Wouldn't you still be there if you're in the afternoon session? Or are you talking about from the 2 days prior? Not today. 2 days prior. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I don't know. Somebody said earlier that they had said that Richard Allen was like manipulating Kathy Allen in that October 26th interview video with Holman. I don't know. I'm not in the courtroom, so I can't say one way or the other, but that's like apparently the only people who ever reported that, and then ironically Nick throws it in as closing argument. Not today, Tuesday and Wednesday. All right, let's see if anybody's updated. The beginning of that Wish article was just fucking horrendous. It was so bad. So are they at lunch then currently? Are they at lunch and then they're coming back for the rebuttal? Is that what's happening? Does anybody know? Because we don't have a rebuttal yet. Are they having the rebuttal and then they're just going to break for lunch before the jury goes to deliberate? What's up, Lilith? So Rosie tells the jury that Alan was immediately placed on suicide watch. Everyone would have a breakdown under those circumstances. I agree. He says Alan was in solitary confinement for 13 months. He asks, how much can one human endure? Rosie said it was insulting that the state did not want the jury to see video of Alan in Westville. He says Alan was not faking it, and even Dr. Walla and Dr. Martin said they weren't sure he was faking it. Well, I thought Dr. Martin was the one who was prescribing him Halidol because he wasn't faking it. You do, Travis? You think it's going to come back that fast? They are back from lunch now. They got back about 20 minutes ago. Okay. So then his rebuttal is happening after lunch, I assume? They weren't? Oh, that's surprising. I thought they were there the entire time. Charmaine, you don't think it's going to take long either? Travis, what do you think it's going to be? Do you think they're going to come back guilty? If it's that fast, do you think they're going to come back guilty? I mean, if it's fast, you think they're going to reach a verdict. Oh, Lowlight's the same. You guys think they're going to reach a verdict? So anybody who thinks they're going to come back today with a verdict, See, I was thinking tomorrow afternoon too. That's where I was at with it. Charmaine says, I don't think they'll get past not proving that RA is BG, let alone proving that BG killed the girls and that so on and so forth. Yeah, I agree. Someone said that even Westfall was giving them props on their defense. Seriously? Yeah, I was thinking tomorrow afternoon. They've been able to discuss the case the whole time, so I think it's going to be faster. So that was weird in those instructions that they said, like, she told them that they could discuss the evidence, but they couldn't discuss how they felt about the evidence. So I was like, are they just like allowed to ask questions? Like I don't. That was weird. Like, so how do you discuss the evidence, but not how you feel about the evidence? I think Friday is going to be verdict day. All right, I'll do a poll on that. Yeah, she did. She reported on that. See, I would think that they would. I think they'd sit down and I think they'd go through. They'd go through all their info. They could get home for their 3-day weekend, even if they stay through tonight and tomorrow. I know Gold doesn't care, but I'm just wondering if like I think they would care. They're like, okay, we can get home for this 3-day weekend a week early. Okay, so it updated and says that he tells the jury that the Department of Corrections medical standard was basically to keep Alan alive. Tells the jury, you guys should be insulted. You should be insulted. The prosecution wants you to believe this garbage. Okay, this is like, the votes are still coming in, so I'm going to give you guys, I'm going to do the countdown. You get, like, you want to vote on this. What will the jury verdict be? Guilty, not guilty, hung jury. If you want your vote to count, do it now. I'm going to count down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so 50% of the voters, of 333 votes, 50% of them think that it will be a hung jury. 39% think it'll be not guilty. Now, the irony in this is that 10% of the chat thinks it's going to be guilty. And on the last poll we did, where I asked you guys if you were the juror, what would you vote? 10% of you also voted guilty. Okay, so let's see. Let's see how to do. How can we put out? How can I put out? I don't know how many options it'll give me. Jury will reach a verdict today. We'll do Friday morning. Friday after. I don't know if I can get it down. I don't know if I can narrow down the time frame anymore because I don't think it'll give me enough options. Saturday morning. All right, I can only do Saturday. So I put today, Friday morning, Friday afternoon, or Saturday. You guys want it to be Friday morning or Friday afternoon, or you want me to put like Sunday, Monday? So I did. Oh shit. I just clicked a button. Okay, so I just did today, which obviously was going to be the afternoon anyway, because they're still doing their rebuttal. So Friday morning, Friday afternoon, or Saturday. I guess if you think outside of that, if you think like Monday, if you're thinking further out, you're gonna have to type that in chat because that's all the That's all the options it'll give me to do a poll. So I can't like really narrow it down any more than that. But I would love to do like a guess. I just don't know how to. I don't know how to collect that data. Well, the rebuttal can't be more than an hour and a half because he already used an hour. Let's see if there's any update. I'll go over to Twitter too. What's up, True Crime Fangirl? It is currently 1:30 in Indiana. I'm just trying to get the end of these closings by Rosie. So there's nothing on, like, nothing good on Twitter. I'm just checking on stuff, so hold tight. Hold tight. Well, so Yellow posted on here. Yellow posted on Twitter that Brad Rosie showed. Is this fact? Because I don't know where she's getting that reporting. So that would be interesting. That Brad Rosie delivered a very powerful closing argument for the defense. He finished with a picture of a python strangling its prey. He told the jury, the python is the state. I don't know where that reporting is coming from, though. Prosecution is done with their first part. Then the defense is done. So the defense is done, and then the prosecution is back for their rebuttal now after lunch. So I don't know where this information is coming from, but this is what, if this is true, I mean, that's pretty powerful. It's a pretty powerful way to end their. But I don't, like I said, I can't verify the reporting. I don't know. But I trust her. It seems dramatic, but props. Okay, so if you sense the jury had reactions to certain things and you think you know why, you tell them that they should be outraged because you are reaffirming something some of them already felt. Makes sense. Only one I've seen go live on lunch was Hidden True Crime. It's a python strangling its prey, and he just tells the jury that the python is the state. Oh, go ahead. That's tough. I haven't seen anything from Bob. Let's go check. Let's go check Bob's. We'll do a refresh over here. Here we go. So here's some more on this one. Okay, so Rosie says that Alan was having false memories during some of the confessions. He says the state lied about Libby's phone. Rosie says someone was using the phone between 5:45 p.m. and 10:32 p.m. on February 13th. He said someone plugged something into it during that time. You know what they didn't focus on, which is interesting too, is all those text messages coming in. I thought they would make a bigger deal of that during trial, but they didn't. He says there's no explanation because the phone is right. Rosie tells the jury there is no trace evidence that connects Alan to the crime scene. He said that Dr. Polly Westcott A neuropsychologist said that Dr. Wallace's notes read more like a story, despite Alan being psychotic and not coherent. I agree there too. I thought that the same right off the bat. I was like, that doesn't even make sense. It's like somebody told her that's the story. He says, somebody from social media. He says that the state was desperate to make the sound in the bridge guy video sound. He says the state was desperate to make the sound in the bridge guy video the sound of a handgun racking. We generally don't use the word lied in closing arguments except in rare. I mean, I think when you can just absolutely show that they lied, I could see that. But I mean, we kind of show that they lied in just the closing argument. Hey, Mark. HTC said that both sides did a great job and she thinks it could go either way. Well, so that was at lunch though, so she hadn't even got to hear the rebuttal of Nick yet. But from everything we're reading, there's things that Nick said that nobody testified to. So I'm curious about that. Nobody testified. Somebody, if I'm wrong, please tell me who it was that testified. Who testified to seeing Richard Allen's car parked at the CPS building? I don't think he had any witness that testified to that. He's also telling them that there was phone call confessions to his family from Wabash. There's no way he has those and did not play those in court. That would make no sense. Because that would be outside the entire realm of the psychosis diagnosis. See, and that's a great point too about in this confession, he never tells Walla that he crossed the creek or that he told the girls to cross the creek. In this detailed confession, he never explains how the fuck they got to the other side of the creek. Which makes sense because he thinks that his supposed unspent round is found over by the bridge. So does he even know that they were found on the other side of this creek? I mean, I would think so. He's Googling it, or somebody that is Googling it throughout that time. That's what I said, Travis. But you know what? I mean, here's the thing is we're doing this off of mainstream media and just trying to get the updates. Well, we read the prosecution from WTHR. The one from the defense was through Wish. I wish that there had been a different update. Okay, hold on. So here WTHR has Rosie now. He never said white van, he just said van. Correct. And ironically, there was an abandoned van. There's an abandoned van parked at the cemetery that was left there. So, Gritty said no objections during closing arguments. She said she would vote guilty, but she doesn't believe the jurors would agree with her. That's interesting. I know there's still people who said that they'd go guilty. Yeah, I would have. I think there should have been an objection. Okay, so let's see. Did they finish theirs? Okay, it looks like they actually have. They have it all. So I'm going to start from the beginning. So even though we covered some of it over on the Wish side, this may be repeated, or it may actually make more sense. You never know. I would assume it's going to make more sense. Okay, so defense attorney Brad Rosie delivered the defense's closing arguments. Rosie pointed out that the trial has taken almost a month with 17 days of testimony. The defense trusts what you've heard over the past several weeks. I'll see, this is a way better sentence. The defense trusts what you've heard over the past several weeks is more important than what you're hearing today. What a difference in that freaking sentence. Rosie outlined 4 main issues with the state's case: the broken timeline, the bumbled ballistics, the false confessions, and digital forensic data. Rosie said the prosecution never did a height analysis to match Allen with Bridge Guy, said the state lost hours of interviews, said the prosecution didn't search to see what Ford Focuses were in the county at the time until the middle of trial, says that Rosie then talked about what witnesses said about Bridge Guy. Rosie said Betsy Blair described Bridge Guy as youthful, boyish, and not short. Rosie attacked the testimony of Sarah Carbaugh, who initially told police she saw Bridge Guy in a tan jacket and covered in mud, but changed her testimony to say he had a darker jacket and was covered in blood. She, too, did not tell the whole story until cross-examination. Rosie told the jury, "They are the judge of credibility. You may discount the testimony of a witness altogether," Rosie said. Rosie said when the jury receives testimony that is preposterous and too hard to believe, the jurors should discount it altogether. Rosie said that the state tried to put Allen on a route on February 13th, 2017 that was the best fit for them. Rosie told the jury to look at the interrogation videos and how Allen handled himself then. He said the Indiana State Police Lab couldn't exclude Brad Weber's gun as being the one that cycled the round found by the girls' bodies. Rosie showed the jury photos of Weber's garage with the sticks and Weber's statement to police that he didn't go straight home the day of the murders. Rosie said that Richard Allen made 3 confession calls on April 3rd, but the state only played 2 of them. Oh, that's right. The first one, the one at 3 a.m. that he wanted in. Now that makes more sense. Now I know what he's talking about. Why not offer up context to you? Rosie asked. Why not tell the whole story? Rosie said Allen was in the Westville Correctional Facility cell for 13 months. Rosie said all the state wanted to talk about was what Allen said, not how he was. You must ask yourself why they wouldn't want you to see the truth, Rosie said. Rosie said Allen was only arrested because of the quote-unquote magic bullet and that the state tried to use it as leverage against Allen. Rosie said the state asked the jury to just believe the witness who testified the cartridge at the scene matched Allen's gun. Said the state didn't tell the jury that someone plugged a headphone into Libby's phone between 5:45 p.m. and 10:32 p.m. the day the girls died. You should question the credibility of this investigation, Rosie said. It shows desperation on the part of the state. Said the state is recently adding details to its case, like fitting Weber's van into the timeline without showing the same interview. Said the state waited until just before the trial before testing the strand of hair found in Abby's hand. Rosie said there was no proof Allen was the one that searched for topics in October of 2022. Rosie said that between his deposition and the trial, state's witness Dr. Core magically came up with the idea that a box cutter killed the girls. Rosie said Core met with the prosecution 3 times after the defense deposed him. Rosie played the Bridge Guy video and said the jury would not be unreasonable if they decided, I don't know if Carbaugh saw anything. He played the Bridge Guy video, huh? All right. He said the witness testimony is not consistent with a 5'5" Richard Allen. Rosie talked about the overlapping witnesses who saw and heard nothing when the killings allegedly happened. Said the state has ignored and doesn't want to talk about the possibility of multiple actors involved in the killings. Said a law enforcement officer said at one point police did suspect multiple people. Rosie said the state believes that Allen killed one girl while controlling and then killing the other, redressed the girls, well, one of the girls, and covered their bodies. Rosie said the state wants jurors to believe 5'5" Allen did that all by himself. He said that during jury selection, jurors were told to exercise your common sense. Now is the time to exercise your common sense, Rosie said. Rosie said that Allen called law enforcement himself to say he was at the bridge. Rosie said the officer who interviewed him soon after found nothing unusual. Said that when police lied to Allen in 2022, he maintained his innocence. Rosie said the state wants jurors to believe a change of tone is evidence of guilt. Rosie called that nonsense. It's just nonsense. Rosie said that if the state is bearing down on you and falsely accusing you of murder, you would respond the same way that Alan did. Said Alan lived in Delphi for 5 years after the murders. Said he didn't flee because he didn't do it. Said this quote-unquote magic bullet evidence was bad too. He said when police first got Alan's gun, they cycled rounds 4 to 6 times in a row and still didn't get marks sufficient to judge if they were similar to the bullet by the girls' bodies. So he said the tech did an apples to oranges comparison by comparing a bullet fired from Richard Allen's gun to the unfired one found at the scene. I don't know how a jury just says that that's okay. I don't see that. If you couldn't get the mark, you couldn't get the match that you were looking for by doing exactly what you said was done. I don't know. Rosie said the photos of the marks should cause the jurors concern and consternation. I don't know what that is. I don't even know what that is, but apparently it goes with concern. Well, where the hell are the sufficient agreements? Rosie asked. He asked where the marks were supposed to match up. Use your eyes, Rosie said. Rosie said the matching marks were subclass characteristics and an example of why this is a dangerous business. This is a subjective game, Rosie said. He told jurors. The witness told them, you should just believe me. When the jury asked why the defense didn't do their own ballistics testing, Rosie said the state's ballistics was so poor, the defense didn't think they needed their own ballistics to overturn it. Ooh, when I'm responding to some of the stuff the jury said. Rosie then tackled the issue of the false confessions. He said that Alan was kept in unprecedented conditions for a pretrial detainee. Rosie described Alan's cell as the most secure unit in Indiana. Let me see if I can do this. Get rid of that stupid pop-up. And maybe actually make it better for you guys. Now I got to figure out where the hell I was, though. Unprecedented for a pretrial detainee, Rosie described Alan's cell as the most secure unit in Indiana. Rosie said Alan was treated like the convicted rapists and murderers in the prison. Rosie said that no human, no matter how strong, could be in those conditions for that long without having a breakdown. Rosie said Alan never saw the recreation unit or the recreation units at the prison, only a small outdoor cage. Solitary confinement is damaging to a man or woman's brain, Rosie said. Rosie said the state violated their 30-day maximum for a mentally ill detainee in solitary confinement. When the dust settles, he was there for 13 months. How much can one human endure? Rosie said the state didn't want the jury to see the conditions Alan was in at the prison. Said the state cherry-picked, saying Alan was psychotic on the 13th so they could play a confession from the 14th instead. Rosie said the truth was that Alan was psychotic and being stuck with a needle the entire time. Said the prison psychologist Dr. Martin changed his mind on the witness stand, agreeing that Alan was psychotic. Who could believe Alan was oriented to time and place? Martin said. Rosie said that false memories start out as false beliefs. Rosie told the jury to listen to what Alan actually said in his confessions. I did it. Maybe I did it. I think I did it. I think I did. I don't know. Rosie said those were all false beliefs. Rosie also said that data on the phone should make the jury question the state's case. He held up a sign with these times: 5:45 p.m., 10:32 p.m., 4:33 a.m. The first is when Libby's phone said a headphone was plugged in. The second is when the phone says the headphone was removed. The last is when Libby's phone connected to a cell phone tower after hours of being disconnected. Rosie said the phone has no feelings, emotions, or opinions. Rosie said it's just as raw data, that it speaks for itself. The phone is right, Rosie said. Rosie asked if it was ironic that Brad Weber didn't go straight home, had sticks in his driveway, and that the state couldn't rule out his gun. Rosie said the state wanted the jury to see all of the knives and box cutters at Alan's home, but Rosie said there was no DNA evidence linking any of them to the murders. Said Alan's confession from Alan was manipulated. was manipulated. Alan's confession from Alan was manipulated. That's a typo. This has got to be about Walla. Alan's confession, I don't know. There's some type of typo there. He said Walla's version reads like a story, but that Alan was psychotic and couldn't put together a logical story. Rosie said Walla was infatuated with the Delphi murder case. Yeah, Walla Bing Bang over there. Infatuated with the Delphi murder case, for sure. Rosie said the bridge guy was walking on the bridge and that witnesses saw him waiting and standing on a platform. He said the state tried to convince the jury without evidence that Alan was an alcoholic. Rosie said the fact that people searching in the area didn't find the girls the night of February 13th raises the question of whether the bodies were actually there when the scene was searched. Rosie also mocked the state's reliance on Alan owning a blue Carhartt jacket. There's a revelation for you, Rosie said. A blue Carhartt jacket in a closet in Delphi, Indiana. Rosie said that Alan was alone in an 8x10 cell for months. Do you blame him for picking up a Bible, Rosie said? Rosie called the state's witness a mind reader for knowing the bridge guy voice was Alan's. Rosie said dozens of people called to say they recognized the voice. No one identified Richard Allen as the man on that bridge. He's right, nobody did. Rosie said no digital data, fingerprint, DNA, trace material, or forensic evidence ties Richard Allen to the scene. At the end of the day, the state's timeline is crumbled, Rosie said. The magic bullet is nothing but a tragic bullet. Ooh. That's a good one. The magic bullet is nothing but a tragic bullet. Rosie repeated that line. Rosie repeated that the times are unexplained. Rosie showed the jury a picture of medieval racks and thumb screws used to torture people. Rosie said, as a society, we have evolved into other forms of interrogation, like putting someone in a cell in solitary and throwing away the key. Someone should have spoken up. Something's wrong here. Something's not right. Where's the moral compass? Rosie asked. Then he told the jury, you're the moral compass. Rosie showed the jury photos of Alan in prison, and then he showed them a picture of a python wrapped around a rodent. So that is the power of the state, Rosie said. Now is not the time to return to the Middle Ages. Acknowledge this is not the way we function. Rendering a verdict of guilty would be endorsing this behavior. We are asking you to set Alan free and give a verdict of not guilty. I think that's a pretty good ending. That's a pretty good ending. For the last thing that the jury is ever going to hear from the defense team. I don't know. I think that's pretty fucking powerful. I mean, we're just reading it. Could you imagine sitting there and hearing it? So, like I said, the prosecution still has their rebuttal. So Nick still gets to talk to the jury and go and talk about all the things that Rosie just brought up right now. Damn, that was good though. That was good ending. That was powerful. Rosie took an hour and I think it said 13 minutes. I think it said 13 minutes. Let me go. Where did we see that? Somebody in chat might already know, but I read it somewhere. I just don't remember where I read it now. I don't remember what article I read it in. Or if it was on... I think it was like it was a little over an hour. I don't even think about it. I don't know. It was a little over an hour. That's all I remember. And then McLeland had taken like 58 minutes of his 2.5 hours. Hey, Mr. Burt Wayne, what was a good ending? Rosie's end of his closing argument. It's a powerful ending by saying you're allowing by using these confessions to say that he actually was guilty when he was suffering from psychosis and being given involuntary Haldol. That we're, as a society, we're condoning that kind of treatment to get the confessions that we deem okay, because we think he's guilty without any actual evidence. I just thought it was powerful. Oh, fly on the wall. This is a great question. What is the next deep dive case after Delphi? Maybe a vacay first. What's he really going to say? I bet he just shows all of his crime scene. He was definitely going the emotional route, which, I mean, it makes sense. We do have to figure out where we're going to go next. Well, we were kind of talked about this a little bit last night, is that we're still going to work really hard to get, whether it's the audio that ends up getting approved from this trial, or it's the transcripts. Either way, no matter the verdict, I would like to have all of it. I think it would be important to have. I would hope for audio over transcript, but I still think that the transcript is what's going to be requested by the defense team if he's convicted. So I'd like to be able to get the transcripts or the audio, and then I'd also like to be able to get any of the exhibits that they're willing to release to the public through that. So I don't think that we're not quite done with Delphi, but for deep dive purposes, I am curious like where we go from here. I was thinking about maybe doing like a poll on the channel itself. A lot of people are asking for Meline Soto, and I have a ton of that. It is reported that the jury has the case. Nick is done with his rebuttal, and the jury has the case, so she's given jury instructions and everything. Holy shit! Holy shit! But yeah, a lot of people want Meline Soto. I'm just not. The guy's a fucking piece of garbage. So it's like he absolutely did it. So I mean, we could go through the stuff, but I don't know. Yeah, he's just done. I thought about doing Crystal Rogers. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that. Maybe Evansdale. Yeah, he's just so guilty. Like, what's the point? Soto's easy. It's just that's where I'm kind of at with it. Well, that's how I also felt about like Sarah Boone. I struggled with getting into that. I don't want to go down the Meline case. I just think he's so I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what the next big deep dive is. Where do we go? What do you want to do? There was a moment in time after the male doctor reported that RA was showing no signs of psychosis after he received meds and confessed coherently. Yes, but then that was actually taken back by the same witness. So on June 20th, Dr. Martin was testifying that Richard Allen was not suffering from psychosis, and then they actually show the video of him where he's sitting there for 20 minutes and is totally incoherent. And when asked by Rosie, like, does that change your opinion? And he's like, or does that make you question your own notes? He was like, yeah. Let me see. Let's see what we got for the rebuttal. You say the Evansdale case? Yeah, yeah, I don't know. There's a few. There's a few that we were kind of looking at. Flora was another one. You know, it's also getting a case that um we have access to court documents and access to information. So that was one of the reasons, like with Evansdale, is tough because there's not a lot out of it. Like there's not a lot that we can actually like go through. I mean, there's a lot of information that's been talked about, but not a lot of legal information. I don't know. I'm kind of playing it by ear. Elijah Vu, it's another one. Done. They found him. Those two did it. I just think they don't. I got nothing. I got nothing to add to it. Stevenson case from Kentucky. Yeah, I'm just not really good at going through. Like I don't know how to deep dive a case where we know that the person is just fucking guilty. Like that's where I'm at. I don't really know how to do that. I struggle with that. I'm looking to see if we have an update on the rebuttal. I don't see one. Okay, so let's see. Let's go to why we wait for a little refresh on that. See, Flora might be a good one. Flora might be a good one too because, and I mean, they all have like a interconnection to Delphi, whether they actually are or not. They've been looked at in comparison so many times. So I wouldn't be opposed to looking at Flora. All right, let's take a look at the poll. Most of you guys in the chat think that it's going to be Friday afternoon. If you want your vote to count, vote now. I'm going to do the countdown. So jury will reach a verdict. 36% think Friday afternoon. That's where I'm leaning. 23% think tomorrow morning. But 21% don't think it's going to be until Saturday. And then 20% of you guys think it's going to happen today. You're going to run a poll on the Twitter? Run the poll on the Twitter. All right, we're going to do the final countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Most people think it's going to take them until tomorrow. So even if we combine that, over 50% think it's Friday's verdict day. That they'll give themselves the night, unless they just go in there and they're just like, all right, let's just take a prelim vote. But I don't think that there's no way they're going to come back out like super quick. They're going to have to go through some stuff. You think 2 jurors, Anon will be the holdout, as in not guilty or guilty? You think we're going 10-2 guilty or 10-2 not guilty? I see, Deb. It's being reported that Goal is going to stop the deliberations at 4 p.m. today. Why? Why would she stop deliberations at 4 p.m. today? Juries are absolutely unpredictable. Yep. I never normally guess them right. So. I'm just scrolling through your comments. Ooh, Corey Richens. Yeah, Corey Richens, it's an interesting one. It's an interesting one. It's an interesting case. Also, Courtney Clenny. Like, that's kind of a controversial one where some people think that it was just self-defense, and poor Courtney. We'll have to pull up the upcoming trials and see which one is the one that we think we should get into. Okay. The Courtney case would be a good one. It'll just come to me. It's like, yeah, it's really about how I feel about them. I don't know how to explain it. It's like that's where I end up stuck. Yeah, you do Corey. That'd be a good one. Yeah, I don't know how jury instructions end at 4, not deliberations, I think. If it's in the hands of the jury now, that means their jury instructions are done. Jury begins deliberation. Yeah, I mean, they're saying right here, they're saying that they have it. Let's go. Hold on. Stupid fucking pop-up. Jury deliberation. Jury begins deliberation. The jury has begun deliberating on the case. According to instructions, they will deliberate from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Saturday until they reach a verdict. There you go. So 5 p.m. 5 p.m. And it is currently 2 p.m. there. So they have 3 hours of deliberation today. Absolutely. I think that the BK trial is going to be a huge one in 2025. But see, it's a tough one for me because I know there's a lot of controversy around it, but I personally feel like they have the right guy. So I don't know. I don't know. I don't know about going into it and deep dive on Buster Murdoch. All right, so let's see. We still don't have an update on the rebuttal. That's what I'm looking for. So we are currently actively on verdict watch. Cheryl Coker case would be awesome. Yeah, they're sequestered. They should be able to deliberate as long as they want. I agree with you. She wants to go home. That's what it is. She doesn't want to stay there that late because if they deliberate until 8 o'clock or they have questions, at 6:30 right in the middle of dinner, she doesn't want to have to come back to the courtroom. I still don't see any updates on his rebuttal, though. Let's come over here. Let's check out Wish. Wishy, wishy. I wish you were better reporters. Okay. All right. Fucking Wish has it. They're faster. I mean, they're faster. Sometimes their shit doesn't make any fucking sense. He began his rebuttal to the defense's closing argument. He says it's been a long 3 or 4 weeks. That's now time to hand the case over to the jurors. He tells them, you're in the driver's seat. I'm not up here to tell you how to feel. Says the defense did not back up their claims that the prosecution has witnesses on the trail that day and that they simply reaffirmed that Allen was there. Does McClellan really believe this? That's what I wish you did a better job. Does he really believe that his witnesses said that it was Richard Allen that was there? None of his witnesses said it was Richard Allen. Like, what is he talking about? He tells the jury that witnesses after the murders on the High Bridge do not matter. What? McClellan points at Allen and says he used a gun to scare them. Ooh, he points at Richard Allen. He says Libby had a blood outline of a tear on her face. No idea how that does anything to prove it's Richard Allen. He tells the jury that Oberg's testing was verified, that it links Allen to the crimes. Kyla Russell says that Allen is extremely engaged in looking at Baldwin with disbelief. I'm looking at your article with disbelief, so I can see that. McClellan says words matter. Why don't Allen's words matter? Well, why don't your fucking words matter, Nick? You're up here just lying. Ugh. He says there are 2 victims in this case, Abby and Libby. He says they are Allen's victims, but they aren't just victims. They are heroes. Where did that go? He says, Libby said someday she's going to help police solve crimes. That's exactly what she did. McLeland ends his rebuttal. Yeah, too bad that you guys couldn't help Libby solve the crime. She tried. She did her part. Yeah. Why don't Alan's words matter? Because he said a bunch of shit that's not true. He says he was sexually assaulting all kinds of people. He says he killed his whole family. He killed his grandkids. He was starting World War III. He was going to have nuclear bombs go off and shit. He did not cheat on a cigarette. He cheated on his wife. He did not cheat on a cigarette. So if you want his words to matter, then why don't all of his words matter? Why is he just cherry picking the words that he thinks should matter? And then he's saying that the defense didn't back up their claims? They don't have to prove shit. You do. I'm so frustrated. Oh, C4. That means that the insider has spoken. I don't cheat on cigarettes either. I do. I have my vape. Yeah, why don't Elvis's words matter? That's a great question. All right. So that's, I mean, we're on jury watch. That's really where we're at. We're on verdict watch. So she says, Judge Gull says the alternate jurors will be in the deliberation room, be engaged, but will not participate. She says their decision must be beyond a reasonable doubt. She says the burden is on the state to prove that. Gull says it is not beyond all possible doubt. She says the defendants are not convicted on suspicion. She tells the jury their decision must be unanimous. Ooh. She tells them if they are left with two interpretations, they must choose the one that sides with innocence. And there you have it. Oh, shit. Shit, it's party time. I don't know. I'm stressed, man. I don't know what this jury's going to do. Who knows? Who knows what this jury's going to do? And then I just hope that, like, the no matter which way it goes, that social media doesn't just become more assholes than they already are. The alternates get to sit in the deliberations, but they don't get to talk. So they have to listen. So let's say that they end up going, 3 days, and somebody ends up sick, and then one of the alternates has to come in. Then they don't want them to start fresh. They want them to have already been part of it. Isn't that crazy? I don't know. I mean, even though, like, just reading Nick's words, everybody who's been in the courtroom, whether they're pro innocent, pro guilt, pro whatever, all of them have said that Nick is extremely charismatic, and that he is very well spoken to the jury, and he gets their attention. So, I mean, those are the kind of things that we're not getting on the outside. We're not getting the feelings. We're not getting the emotions. We're not getting that connection to what these people in the courtroom are getting. And it matters, even subconsciously to the jurors. It matters. It matters who they like. It matters who they relate to. And we're not getting that on the outside. We're getting an article that's written with half sentences. So it's tough. It would be a lot different if we actually got to hear what was going on in that courtroom, where we could say, "Ooh, that did feel good. Like that felt like a very powerful closing for Nick. He did a really good job." They did not get their warrant for Elvis Fields. No, they had him subpoenaed. Did not. She said no. I think he's come unglued this past week. From kind of just what I'm hearing from the reporting, I think he kind of can't. He really lost his shit once that phone expert took the stand, because he never deposed her, which he had every right to do. He just chose not to do it. He never deposed her, and then she didn't write a report to have to turn over to him, because she didn't do anything on her own. She used the state's information. Therefore, she didn't have to write a report for him to go through. Ooh, look at Preston Lord. Okay, I'll look at it. Let me write that name down. I'm not familiar with that case. Okay, hold on real quick. I got a dog scratching at the door. I'll be right back. Yep. Anybody who's just popping in, the jury is currently in deliberations, and we are actively on verdict watch. The narrative that Libby tried to solve the crimes leaves a bad taste in my mouth, portraying her as a hero to bolster the importance of the edited video instead of finding evidence to solve the crime. Well, he's definitely leaning heavily on the emotions, because in both his first closing and in his rebuttal closing, he brought up the tear that Cicero had testified to from the crime scene photos, where he said that it looked to be a tear that was mixed in with the blood on Libby's face, and he brought that up twice. So was it true that the jury got to talk about the case? I'll pull that back up so we can kind of look at that. She goes through it in the instructions on what they can and what they can't do. Oh shoot, I probably still had it up from yesterday. I did. Oh. Let me see where it is. I think it's down here. Here we go. So during the trial, there will be periods of time when you will be allowed to separate, such as a recess for rest and overnight. When you are outside the jury room, you must not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. However, you may discuss the evidence with your fellow jurors in the jury room during recesses from trial when all of you are present, as long as you reserve judgment about the outcome of the case until the deliberations begin. So they can discuss this evidence, but they can't make any judgment about the evidence. I thought that was quite weird, but go to the top of page 3. Okay, you go to the top of page 3, Travis. This one? I agree with you. I don't think it was intentional. I think she was just filming. I think she was filming Abby, and this all just happened to go with it. Let's see what Travis wants at the top of page 3. It's almost in, that's what I'm thinking, Gwen. Like, how do you discuss the evidence? Oh, sorry. The top it says, you are the judges of facts of evidence. Okay, let me go. I think you might be on like physical page 3 is what you were talking about. 1, 2, 3, right here. This one. You are the exclusive judges of the evidence, the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given to the testimony of each of them. In considering the testimony of any witness, you may take into account his or her ability and opportunity to observe, the manner and conduct of the witness while testifying, any interest, bias, or prejudice the witness may have, any relationship with other witnesses or interested parties, and the reasonableness of the testimony of the witness considered in the light of all of the evidence in the case. Which is, if I can read Travis correctly here, I think he wants me to bring this up because if you guys remember at the very beginning, when we very first looked at the WTHR article, they were stating that the judge told the jury that they're the finder of law and fact, which they are not. They are not the finder of the law. They don't know anything about the law. They're the finder. She's the finder of the law. Kelt says, does one of the girls say, don't leave me up here? Well, depends on who you ask that's listened to it. I think that it was very open for interpretation, and I don't know if anybody could 100% tell what was said on that tape while sitting in the courtroom, and they only heard it probably played, I'm going to say, that part 2, maybe 3 times. 2, maybe 3 times. Because they did their original play of that video, then they did the enhanced stuff, and I think they played it for another witness later to have them talk about it. So nobody in the courtroom seems to have heard the same thing. I think the general consensus was that there was something one of the girls said about the path ending here and there only being a path there, or something, that whole phrase. A lot of people agreed that they heard that, but not everybody agreed that they heard the cocking of a gun. Not everybody agreed that they heard the word gun. Not everybody agreed that they heard Abby say, like, don't leave me up here. I think a lot of people agreed that in between the guys down the hill that the girls were saying hi to him. I think there was a lot of agreement on that. Really, Michael? Well, isn't that interesting? How in the heck are they the judges of both law and fact? The judge is the best source of law for the jury. Yeah, because she's the finder of the law. I don't know. That's interesting. All right. Well, I guess that's a fucking Indiana thing then. Okay, Travis wants me to read the next one. You should attempt to fit the evidence to the presumption. This one? Yeah. Okay. You should attempt to fit the evidence to the presumption that the defendant is innocent and the theory that every witness is telling the truth. You should not disregard the testimony of any witness without a reason and without careful consideration. If you find conflicting testimony, you must determine which of the witnesses you will believe and which of them you will disbelieve. In weighing the testimony to determine what or whom you will believe, you should use your own knowledge, experience, and common sense gained from day-to-day living. The number of witnesses who testify to a particular fact or the quantity of evidence on a particular point need not control your determination of the truth. You should give the greatest weight to that evidence which convinces you most strongly of its truthfulness. Erica says, in Indiana, they are the finder of the law in the sense that they can choose not to convict even if the state does prove their case. Jury nullification is permitted and the instructions say so. Interesting. Well, thank you guys for sharing that. I read the one above. I read this one already. I read that one. Watching and following this from across the pond for the last couple of years, followed every day, and I don't think they've met their burden here. I agree with you. I don't think they have either. I think I finally understand why the word guys was... Yeah, what happened to everybody at the beginning of this saying that it was girls? Where did that go? Okay, let me pull up the... Let's take a look at the opening notes that we have and see if they delivered on what they promised. Okay, so here's Nick's. Here's Nick's. Let's go through it. I'm just going to check for some updates real quick. If you guys are on Twitter, make sure you guys go to Sleuthies. She has a poll she has up. I'm not really seeing anything outside of what we've already read for updates. Delphi Doc says, in the original Delphi, a great serpent called Python lived in darkness and kept gifts of wisdom and prophecy for himself. And the sun god Apollo came, slayed Python, exposed what was hidden to the light, and shared those gifts with humanity. How fucking deep is that, Delphi Docs? Here, hold on, let me show you guys this. In the original Delphi, a great serpent called Python lived in darkness and kept gifts of wisdom and prophecy for himself. And the sun god Apollo came, he slayed Python, exposed what was hidden to the light, and shared those gifts with humanity. Okay, let's go back over here. Okay, so he wanted to play his video. He couldn't. He finally figured out throughout halfway through the trial how to work the audio and the video. Recap of the mini opening. Okay, told the jury that the case is going to be about a bullet, bridge guy, and the brutal murder of 2 girls. On February 13th, it was an unseasonably warm day, and the girls were off of school. Good job. Proved that. The girls asked Kelsey to go to the bridge, but she had to work. Kelsey drove the girls to the trail. Libby was in the front seat. Abby was in the back seat. Libby took a selfie in the car on the way to the trails. The photo was shown to the jury. Kelsey dropped them off at the Mears parking lot. Abby didn't have a phone, but Libby had a phone. Libby's phone was set up so that Abby's fingerprint could unlock the phone. Libby took a photo of Abby on the bridge and posted it to Snapchat. Libby crossed the bridge first, looked back and saw a man following Abby, so Libby decided to record. I'm not sure I believe that, but I think she was just recording Abby, but that's neither here nor there. It doesn't have anything to do with Richard Allen. The man told them go down the hill, or the man told them down the hill. The girls complied, and the video cut off. The search for the girls was suspended at approximately 2 a.m. and resumed at 6 a.m. Libby was found nude, covered in blood. Her throat was cut in several places, the blood on the ground and on the nearby tree. Abby was wearing her own. See, this is conflicting too, because it says Abby was wearing her own underwear, but she wasn't. So I don't know if that's just a missed note or something he actually said wrong. But she had on no socks, and she had on Libby's jeans and shirt, her sweatshirt. The rest of the girls' clothes were found in Deer Creek, but one shoe and Libby's phone were found under Abby. There was an unspent .40 caliber Winchester bullet between the girls. Libby's phone was taken for processing, and they recovered the photos and a video of Bridge Guy. Witnesses came forward. 3 girls on the trail who took a photo on a bench located east of the Freedom Bridge. The 3 girls ran into an unfriendly man who was walking with a purpose. The state says the man is Bridge Guy. Betsy Blair saw a man on the platform of the bridge who was also Bridge Guy. Carbaugh saw a man walking on the side of the road looking like he had just slaughtered a pig. That's also Bridge Guy. Years passed, and they reviewed an old report of a DNR officer who interviewed Rick in 2017. Rick says he arrived at the trails at 1:30 and left at 3:30. During his time there, he ran into 3 girls. Liggett thought if they found the 3 girls, then they would have Bridge Guy. They called Richard Allen to interview him again in 2022, and he said he was wearing a blue or black Carhartt jacket and jeans. They searched his home and found a .40 caliber gun, the clothes, and some knives. The clothes. They tested the bullet, and it came from Richard Allen's gun. They interviewed Richard Allen again and had no explanation for how his bullet got to the scene, so he was arrested. While he was incarcerated, he told investigators what they already knew, that he killed Abby and Libby. He didn't tell investigators shit. He gave details, how and why. These were not from an interrogation. They were volunteered and spontaneous. These contained details only the killer would know. Bullshit. The killer hid in plain sight for 5 years. So that was Nick's opening. That was what he promised to deliver. Where did she go live? Where's she live at? I'll pull it up. Or did you send me a link? But it's interesting that he doesn't. This isn't even what he's relying on for his closing. Like he's not even wrapping up what he put in here. Sleuthy, did you send it to me? Let me pull it up. Hold on. I agree. I don't think he was wearing a Carhartt. His victims were sleeping, and it was it's less minutes than that. But I also agree. But I think that the big difference here is that the state is trying to say that he ended up killing them. His motive was to SA them. He ends up killing them because he can't SA them because he is scared of a van. But he stays at the fucking crime scene from 2:32 to 3:57. Now, somebody who's freaking out and is scared, why in the world does he have one of the girls put her clothes back on? Or why does he take the time to put her clothes back on? That doesn't make sense to me. I was so scared out of my mind I'm going to get caught. So I kill the girls after I have one get redressed, or I redress one. And then I'm going to make sure I put a couple sticks on them. But he also says I'm going to stay there until I make sure they're dead. But in his confession, he says he left the unspent round or whatever happened with his gun happened over by the bridge. He never talks about the fact that he crossed the creek, that he made the girls cross the creek. Never talks about that he was wet. Did Sleuthy ever answer me? Sleuthy never answered, huh? Let me go look. I don't know. I haven't talked to Julie today. I came live essentially as soon as I came home from dropping off the kids, so I haven't got to check in with anybody. Let me see. Did she go live on Twitter? Where did she go live? Sleuthy just tells me that, and then she doesn't tell me where. Does anybody know where Barbara McDonald went live? I'm waiting for somebody to tell me. Shit. I hit the wrong button. Now you guys are all small. Oh, it's a rumor you heard in my chat. Oh, lovely. Okay. All right, well, let me check around. If she went live on Court TV, it would probably be on the website, not on actual. Like YouTube. See? They just did a video on Craig Lewis, who was found guilty, or found not guilty, I'm sorry. So Craig Lewis was found not guilty of murdering his wife by setting her on fire. That's interesting. I got nothing there. That's what I'm saying. If she was live, it would have probably be on the website. Does anyone know if Nick McLeland made a felony murder argument? I didn't hear anything specific about that. But I mean, he's essentially trying to say, I mean, his in general argument is that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, so therefore Richard Allen is guilty of all the things. Right, let me go back over here. And Barbara McDonald is not live on Court TV unless it's on the website. But that's fine. No big deal. Let's go look at... Let's look at what the defense's closing was. Where, Keith? Where was she live? Yep. Lewis verdict was in, not guilty, Kraken. And Fravel verdict was in earlier today, and guilty. TNT is not live. But here, let me go to the Court TV website real quick, and then if I don't find anything there, we'll just go. I want to finish go through the defense's opening statement compared to the closing. Let me see if I can find it on here. Yeah, and because they post this stuff on their website, and then they post, they post it like way later on YouTube. So let's see.
Producer Barbara, it joins us now.
Yesterday. That's Barbara McDonald from yesterday. Sorry, Keith. I was reading some trial notes about kidnapping. Can you go back to that and read them? I think, are you talking about Nick's in Nick's closing? Travis?
You know, the defense didn't test the bullet or write a report.
People are going to be sleeping in their car. That's why I feel like I'd be an asset to anybody that's a lawyer. That not only there's just no way your bullet. I mean, imagine how
You have control. I got
3,
All right, here we
4.
go. This is Julie
Yeah.
on Truth and Transparency right now.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear it
Oh,
okay?
yeah, Sheila, what do you have rebuttal stuff?
yeah, so just the rebuttal of the prosecution.
Okay.
So Nick McLean came up and he said, hey, it's been a very long.
So it's Julie. Say hi, Julie.
Hi, guys.
Okay.
So Nick McLean, this is the rebuttal. So we had the prosecution, then we had the defense closing, and this is the prosecution's rebuttal, which was quick, maybe like 5 minutes at the most. And then they went to jury, who's deliberating now. So Nick McLean said, you know, it's been a very long 3 or 4 weeks that we spent together. We have a lot of evidence. He said, but you are in the driver's seat. You have control of this. He goes, I'm not here to show you or tell you how to think or what to say. He said, but the defense went through a lot of things, but they couldn't back it up. Okay. So I thought that was on here. So the state presented evidence. We presented witnesses. And we that show that basically Richard Allen was on the trail, and he is what they know as Bridge Guy. We said that Richard Allen was there from 1:30 to 3:30, and he was wearing the same clothes as Bridge Guy, and that he was on the bridge. We have Liberty German's cell phone, and it stopped. Well, at 2:13 they were abducted.
Okay, they're abducted at 2:13.
Because we have witness after witness that says that they saw him there. By the way, witness after witness.
All these lies.
Yeah, it was lies. Because, okay, you have witness after witness, but not one of those witnesses said that he was 5'4", really short. They all said he was 5'10" to 5'11". Mm-hmm. Okay, not one of so a lot of good witnesses too. And then he said also that, you know, at 2:32 the phone stops and it's under Abigail's body. He said that's hard data, kind of going against what they said.
No, that's not hard data. You don't account for the steps? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, he said that Richard Allen had, basically had confessed, and he was. Oh, wait! Before he said that, he said that, he took them. Oh, he executed a plan. He got interrupted. He said he goes, they didn't scream. What did they make a point of that? They didn't scream, but we know that Liberty German was crying because there was a tear. And that was one of the things they had presented. So he's pulling at the heartstrings because there was a tear from Libby's.
Yeah, that wasn't proven either. That's what he was just saying. Like there was a mixture of blood with water.
Yeah, it could be. Okay.
From a fucking picture that guy said that from. Get the fuck out of here, man.
He said that we have Richard Allen's bullet at the crime scene. He said, oh yeah, they say the magic bullet, but this bullet went from the crime scene to the lab to Melissa Oberg. And that bullet was cycled through Richard Allen's gun. You know, that kind of stuff is like very subjective. The defense wants you to the defense wants to say that doesn't match. The defense didn't test. This is one thing he did bring up. He says, you know, the defense didn't test the bullet or write a report on this. He said, you know, on their magic bullet because it links Richard Allen to the crime. And he goes, I'll go with that. And then he said the defense said words matter. You know, Richard Allen was actually confessing to his mom. And at one point, he confessed to like his wife when Dr. Waller was right there with him, okay? So that was one thing he got at the heartstrings. And then he said, we heard that phone call. Words matter. And he said he gave us details on when the killer would know.
iPhones did have jacks for the iPhone 6S. They 100% had jacks back then. They don't now, but iPhone 6 is 100%. Staying like that.
Sorry. Yeah, I need to.
Is that you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know.
Sorry. No,
I thought it was Cat Lady. And she's like, I'm calling you Rogue. And I was like, I'm going to call you Cat Lady then.
Sorry. He said that we presented the case. Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, and Richard Allen is the killer. There's 2 victims here, and they are Abby and Libby. And he says,
this is the state's rebuttal.
Yeah, he says more than that, they're heroes. And Libby for taking the video of Bridge Guy, and Abby for concealing the phone under her body. Yeah. And then there was the hidden bullet
that they basically solved their own murder.
Yeah, like basically he's tugged at the heartstring. The very last thing he said was, Libby told Becky that someday when I grow up, I'm going to help police. Yeah, I'm going to leave you with this last thing. You know, that someday when I grow up, I'm going to help police solve crimes, and that's exactly what she did. Basically, solve her own murder. That's that. If there's anything, you know.
Well, what are the jury instructions?
Okay, so I didn't get write all of them down because it was just going on and on and on. So the state has the burden and must be beyond a reasonable doubt. So, she said a few things. You have to be convinced that he is guilty. The state
Convinced. Thank you, Gall.
Yeah. The state's burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is fair, actual, logical. Reasonable doubt is when not firmly. So if you have reasonable doubt, is when you're not firmly convinced. You have to weigh all this, and it's not enough for the state to say, "Oh yeah, well, you know that he's objectively guilty. He's probably guilty. He's probably guilty." You can't do, you know, basically saying don't vote on that. Each must refuse to vote for a conviction. Like, so if you have a question about it, you have to refuse to convict him by the
Yeah, if
state.
there's still questions, right?
Yeah, if therere's questions, then you cannot convict.
Yeah, Indiana has really good reasonable doubt rule, like when they read them, their instructions. I'm telling you, these instructions are some of them are online from before, and I thought they're awesome. Like they're good, they're fair.
And here's the starred one that I think is really important, because if you want to talk about a hung jury, if the evidence lends itself to two interpretations, you must lean toward the defendant is innocent.
Yeah.
She actually said innocent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if there could be two interpretations of something, you must give the benefit of the doubt to the defendant, and you have to lean the way that would show him and cast him in the light of him being innocent.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, that's everything, because that's exactly how it could go in that courtroom. Okay, we show you this. So could it be water in that phone? Sure, and that's why the jack went off. But could it be that somebody plugged in headphones? Yes, and you must go with that one, because that would support the innocence of Richard Allen. That, to me, right there, signs your ticket for not guilty.
And they said you have to give grace to the evidence that you found most strongly points to the verdict. The transcripts of the witness testimony will not be admitted. Guilty or not guilty, you must all agree. Impartial consideration with evidence of fellow jurors. So I didn't understand. Impartial consideration maybe because if a fellow juror is partial, you're supposed to be all impartial, correct? Is that what that meant?
Wait, what? Repeat it.
Impartial consideration of the evidence with fellow jurors. I didn't finish the.
Oh,
I kind of made a half-assed one.
Because everybody's supposed to be looking at everything impartially. I feel like,
Okay.
like you can't. You're supposed to, like, when you're deliberating and debating on things, if you're biased when you're looking at something, then you can't be in that discussion.
Okay. And she also said if a juror leaves the room, you'll all have to leave. So you can't leave one juror in the room. Like if one has to go back, you all have to leave. Can't leave one back.
Yeah, that's great.
Sympathy or prejudice should not be allowed.
Sympathy or prejudice should not be allowed. Yes, no sympathy here. Okay, it's not our fault that the police botched this and that we can't convict the guy that you want us to convict. Okay, that's not on us. That's on you.
So they just said that they swore in officers. So that must be common to have like the officers watch over the jurors. They swore three in.
Bailiffs.
Mullen and then two
Mullen is looking over the jurors.
Yeah, he was back there. Yeah.
Oh, what the?
I know they swore him in.
Because they were talking about bailiffs.
That seems like a conflict of interest. He's been he testified.
Mullen is looking over the jurors.
I know.
It was a lady and two dudes, and they were sworn in. They had to take an oath right there in front of everybody right after jury instructions.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
And
at least they got to do all that.
Yeah, they did take an oath. And the last thing is that, so that at 1:25, the jury went out to deliberate, and she did say once you guys get in there, you have to you guys will be picking the four-person.
That's what's awesome. They're picking their own four-person, you guys. That is awesome.
Oh, that's not common?
In the Karen Reed case,
It is
The judge picked that fucking asshole.
picking a poor person themselves is.
That's common.
Okay, okay.
I'm just reminding everybody of the fuckerage in Boston that in Canton.
And like I said, she said that the defense and prosecution must be within 5 minutes of the courthouse for the jury to review evidence as they ask for it. She said, I'll be clearing the courtroom and locking the doors.
And she said, don't be in Logansport, because I guess they were in Logansport, and she said if they have to review evidence and they want to see evidence and they want to see, you guys going to be 5 minutes or less away. I can't have you guys in Logansport.
And he goes, well, Judge, can I just ask? This is an unusual sequestration.
Hold on, I want to make sure that they can hear this. Can you guys hear the sound okay? Because I just got to call in. Hold on. Just keep talking. They'll tell me if they can't hear you.
Okay. So Baldwin said, Judge, and I almost felt like he was waiting for it and they were getting ready to dismiss.
They did right before he did that.
No.
He goes like this to Rosie, like goes, and he goes, that's a Rosie.
He whispered,
and he goes, sorry. And it was like a little like laughing thing. And then he said that.
Yes. And so Baldwin said, Judge, this is kind of an unusual sequestration. Any idea of like a schedule? She's like, you mean when they will be, when the time, like the schedule, is that what you want?
Yeah.
And he says, okay, so when they're out, they'll select the foreperson. And if they don't have a verdict by 4 p.m. today, we will dismiss them back to their place with no phones and no hotel with no contact with family or their phones. And then we will reconvene in the morning. We will be working Saturday, Sundays off. And
do they have lunch breaks? Do they have to leave the room for lunch breaks?
I don't know. Except the jury has questions and reviews evidence.
They can't have transcripts. They can have something if they have a juror question. That evidence can be pointed out if like they're having a hard time finding it, right?
Yeah, and they can call in the defense or the state, and she goes, if I'm asking you guys to be here, I'm going to ask the state to be here too. So like that's the whole thing, yeah.
Oh my God, Teresa's like, my chat feels like you're cheating on me.
What? What, you're cheating? Oh, why?
Look at the last one.
My chat feels like you're cheating on us. Definitely cheating.
I love criminality.
We just had to do it. We had to do it from the porch.
Yes, because it's beautiful out
here.
here.
Look at this. Look at this freaking weather. Like, it is hot as balls out here. It feels really good.
I don't know.
All right.
That's funny. All right. Well, thank you, Lana, and thank you, Julie.
Why can't they just Google?
We could just Google it.
Yep, we're just gonna Google everything. Google.
Google.
I don't know.
All right. She is cheating. I know. I was just giving her a hard time. I love Julie. And so, and it's my fault. I'm supposed to be there. I'm supposed to be, I should have been on this front porch and I didn't go. So that's me. Julie is more guilty of cheating on us than Richard Allen is of what he's charged with. Oh, he did. Melvin Perry was he's such a good judge. He's such a good judge. Okay. Okay, so Travis wanted me to go back to here. Let me go here. Let me move this over here real quick. Let me get out of this. And we were talking about what the state had said. What the state had said about the kidnapping in the closing arguments. Let me go back down. He kind of starts off with that. So, Osbrook, I don't know if you're still here or not. Yes, Travis, I'm on it. Bob tweeted. All right, I'm on that too. Okay, so he initially says, let me go down to, So McClellan showed the bridge guy video, which he called the last moments of the girls' lives captured on Libby's phone at 2:13 p.m. He said it shows the moment that Abby and Libby were kidnapped. You can hear the fear in Libby's voice and see the fear on Abby's face. McClellan said bridge guy forced the girls down the hill. McClellan said investigators enhanced the video and showed it to the jury again. He then went over the witness testimony about bridge guy. He said that witness testimony put Allen's car in the lot. Such a lie. Said the phone data showed the girls moving on the bridge at 2:13 as the bridge guy video was taken. He says the movement of the phone stops in the health app at 2:32 p.m. He shows them on a map where the various witnesses were in relation to Abby and Libby on the trail and where they reported seeing quote-unquote bridge guy. He said they know bridge guy is the guy in the video who kidnapped and killed Abby and Libby. So if we can determine who bridge guy is, McClellan said, we can determine who killed Abby and Libby and who is guilty of felony murder. He said the volunteer file clerk saw the tip box from 2017 in 2022. They talk about the black Ford. That's still worded very weird to me. He said that the car had been seen in a video at the Hoosier Harvest store at 1:27 p.m. He said that Allen confirmed he was wearing the same clothes as bridge guy. And he was on the Monon High Bridge that day. He said that Allen changed his time frame by a few hours between his initial interview in 2017 and when police interviewed him 5 years later. He said Allen got more angry during the interview and would not let police search his phone or his house. He said they got a search warrant and they did find the car and the Carhartt jacket. Surprise, surprise, the same jacket as bridge guy was wearing. McClellan said Allen had the same brand and caliber of bullet in his home as was found at the scene. He said that 2 months after the murders, Allen was Googling Delphi, Indiana news. Should I die now? Die now. Should I die now? Should I die now? Said Indiana State Police testing on the gun matched the cartridge found at the scene. McClellan said that was verified 3 times by the boss of the lab technician, who is the president of a national organization. He said, see how the pieces are starting to fall into place here? Said Allen has no explanation for why his bullet was at the scene. Allen used his gun to get power over the girls. He brought up the second interview with Holman, where Kathy Allen comes in. And he says, you saw how he tried to manipulate her. Said Allen got angrier and was arrested and sent to Westville. That's his kidnapping argument, is that his witnesses prove Richard Allen is bridge guy. I hope Osbrook's still here to even hear that. That's the extent of his argument. All right, let's see. Bob just said McClellan's initial closing, which lasted for just about an hour, Rosie gave his closing, lasted about an hour and 20 minutes, took a lunch. Then McClellan gave about a 20-minute rebuttal closing. The jury went back to start deliberations at 1:25 p.m. The plan is to have them deliberate until 4 p.m. Oh, he's repeating the same thing. Unless the jurors indicate they want to continue to deliberate. So mainstream media said that she told them they were going to deliberate from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So maybe the 4 p.m. is just today because they had to sit there and listen to the closing arguments. I don't know. So I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens. And then they did have a countdown on here. I wonder, did I may have gotten past it. Oh, here it is.
We're going to turn our attention now to.
Oh. That's Lewis's. So here, let's see. This might be where Barbara McDonald was live.
State. He said, I only get one chance to talk to you. He asked the jury to set Richard Allen free and to find him not guilty of all 4 counts that he is facing. Now, after lunch, which we get back in session at about 1 o'clock, the prosecutor gets his final time to talk to you. He
Hold on.
example that python is an animal of his cells and those powerful behind and the clear that Richard Nicholas McClelland out at the trails that day.
Delphi Murders trial for defendant Richard Allen.
Richard Allen accused of killing two teenagers, Abby Williams and Libby German, who were hiking just outside of Delphi.
Right now, the trial, they're on their lunch break, but the closing arguments have begun. Court TV's senior producer, Barbara McDonald, has been all over this case for years now and has been covering the trial for us. And here we are, boy, getting to the end of this long, long saga. Let's start with closing arguments.
Good afternoon, Ted and Julia. The state went first this morning with their closing argument, taking about an hour and 17 minutes, and said to the jury, if we can determine who Bridge Guy is, we can prove who killed Abby and Libby. And they went through the testimony that the jurors heard over these last 17 days from witnesses who were out at the trails that day and saw a man matching the video that Libby had captured on her phone, and also talked about that bullet found at the crime scene that the Indiana State Police Crime Lab linked to Richard Allen's gun seized in that search warrant of his home back in 2022. Nicholas McClelland delivering that closing argument for the state. He said that the bullet information and the witnesses could have been the end of their case, but was not. Then he talked about those prison confessions, played two of them in which Richard Allen said to his wife and mother, I did it. I killed Abby and Libby. He says now all of the pieces are clear. It is clear that Richard Allen is Bridge Guy, and he asked those jurors to find Richard Allen guilty of all 4 counts of murder that he's facing. After a very brief break, the defense got their time to talk to the jury, and that was Bradley Rosie delivering the closing arguments for the defense. He spent about an hour and 16 minutes doing so. And he said that he's going to talk about several themes: the broken timeline, the bungled ballistics, and the false confessions. He said the state didn't tell you the entire story, but that we did, the defense did. And he talked about the other witnesses that the defense called who were also at the trails that day and did not see Bridge Guy or anybody resembling Richard Allen. He also talked about his unprecedented treatment behind bars in that solitary confinement cell in a maximum security prison for over 13 months, that even the warden of that prison testified he had never seen a pretrial detainee treated the way Richard Allen was treated. The defense had a very powerful closing to their closing argument, putting up some images of medieval torture devices, including a rack and thumb screws, and talked about how we have evolved as a society since those days and those techniques. But then he showed a slideshow of images of Richard Allen naked, lying on the floor of his cell, a close-up image of him with a spit hood on his head, showed some other images of him in that confinement, and then finally put up a picture of a python strangling some sort of a rodent or small animal. And he says in this example, that python is the state. He said, I only get one chance to talk to you. He asked the jury to set Richard Allen free and to find him not guilty of all 4 counts that he is facing. Now, after lunch, which we get back in session at about 1 o'clock, the prosecutor gets his final time to rebut the closing argument from the defense. He has about an hour and 13 minutes left on the clock, and then a few more instructions will be read to the jury, and then it'll be up to them to decide what happened here and which side proved its case. Ted and Julia?
Barbara, we have not been able to see inside of that courtroom, but you take us there each and every day, allowing us to understand and feel like we are there inside of that courtroom. Thank you for your report.
Oh crap, I'm talking and I'm muted. Shut the fuck up. And these people lost their fucking minds. He's a witness. He's a witness. Is it true that Meline is watching them? We were told before the trial that supposedly that she was going to be bringing people from Allen County to take care of the jury. I don't know what happened there. We never heard anything else about it. He better not be taking care of the fucking jury. That would just be... I can't even wrap my mind around that. Is lowercase Steve here? Let me see. Lowercase Steve, if you're here, hi. Maybe we should watch his video. He's got some really good measurement videos out there. My head is about to fly off my shoulders. That's what's happening. I don't even understand. I know. I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense to me. What a fucking disaster. That is the stupidest shit I've ever heard. I don't even have words. Does it say that in here too? We need... So I looked at Bob's, I looked at Lawyer Lee's, I looked at Andrea Burkhart's. Nobody has any lives scheduled from any of the attorneys that were in court. Meline better stay the fuck away from the jury. Why would they have Meline anywhere near the jury? He was impeached on the fucking stand. Hi, Christine. I can't deal with that. It's so dumb. What happened to her bringing in people from Allen County to take care of the jury? Where did that go? Yeah, yeah, I don't know why they say stupid shit like that. It's up to the jury to decide which side proved their case. That's not even in the fucking instructions that she gave them. They're just making up shit. Man, you might as well put Walla in fucking charge of the jury at this point. You're really going to get me in the conspiracy world over here, Christine. Where are you going? Her head's exploding. So she's just saying it was nice to know us why she could. I know you're not lying. I know you're not lying. Starts breaking dishes. I wish that we could do GIFs on freaking YouTube. All right, well, I mean, jeez. All right, let me pull up this other video. You guys, okay, well, Maybe let's do this first, actually. We'll go through the defense's opening. Let's go through the defense's opening, compare it with the defense's clothing. I quit. We'll compare it with the defense's closing. We'll leave the clothing alone for now. Yeah, they're probably afraid they're going to lose their seats if they leave. Well, Julie left. She went back to the house. Peggy, when's the real trial starting? Andrea does. She gives us the update. I think people are probably going to miss the Rosie update on what he's wearing. All right, hold on. Let's go back in here. Let's go through this, and then I have a couple videos that we can go through that I wanted to show you guys. So we'll do that while we're waiting for any updates on, 1, lawyers in the courtroom, 2, maybe a verdict. It is 12:05 my time, means it's 3:05 there, and they only have to go until 4 apparently. So we got another hour. We got another hour. Are we joking about Mullen? No, not that I'm aware of. I'm not joking about Mullen. That's what's being reported, is that he was sworn in to take care of the jury. I'm not there though, so that's why I'm like, we need some insight from more people in the courtroom on that. You know what? Hold on. Julie would have been in the courtroom for that. Let me just call her real quick and see if she answers. Trump will fix this. See if she answers. Hi. Sorry, I'm still live, but we have a question for you. So when the jury was told their Allie and Bob said no. Okay. When the jury was sworn in, was Mullen sworn in to take care of them? Who was the bailiff, or who was the person that was sworn in to take care of the jury? 3. Mullen. Hold on, I'm going to put you on speaker so they can hear you.
And that lady. Hey, Teresa's live.
She said that.
Three people
Mullen.
Mullen to take care of the jury. Mullen and some guy with a business shirt on. But I don't think he was probably an undercover officer. And then was it the lady? Who's that lady? Was it a lady? 3 people. There was 3. And yes, Mullen is watching over the jurors. He's basically watching over his F up. They're not allowed to speak to the jury. But they're not allowed to speak to the jury. So if they have any questions, like the direction, yes. They're also not in the jury room. Not in the jury room. They're not? Okay. Not allowed to speak to the jury. You got that? And this is coming directly from a good person from the D that we're talking to right now.
Okay.
Part of the D. Okay. So that's all the information.
Okay, so it is Mullen, some other guy in a business suit, and a lady. The Matas say that Mullen was not put in charge of the jury, which is weird though. Julie's saying he was up there and had his hand raised. All 3 of them did. Yeah, Julie said I was even looking at him like, what the hell is he doing up there? All right. We'll have to get some more info on what their responsibility is then. So at least he's not alone. At least he's not by himself in the whole thing. Yeah, hopefully. Right. And she told them they're supposed to deliberate from 9 to 5, but most people are reporting that for today she told them they could leave at 4. So is that just a today thing, and then every other day is 5?
And he says, yes, please. And she says, okay, I'm going to let them go today at 4. When I let them go, they cannot take their cell phone or have any access to electronics or talk to anyone, any family members. So then we will reconvene, and they'll be deliberating at 9. So if we reconvene and they're still deliberating, she's just going to clear out the courtroom again.
Oh yeah.
Starts all over. It almost seems like they should just say, hey, don't even come into the courthouse until the jury's reached a verdict. But we do have a direct beeline from the defense.
All right, you text me as soon as you hear.
I will. Yes,
please. Okay, so she's saying that he was up there being sworn in, but there was 2 other people up there. They don't have access to the jurors. They're just like essentially standing outside because the jury isn't allowed to, like, one can't leave unless they all leave because they're not allowed to talk about the case without all of them being in the room. So I don't know. I don't know. We're getting some conflicting reports on it, but she said she was like, what the hell is he doing up there with his hand raised? So maybe Bob will know more of the roles that each person was assigned and sworn in for, if that makes sense. So I guess we'll hold off on that one. Okay, so let's compare the defense's opening statements to their closing. So Richard Allen is completely innocent. There will be reasonable doubt from the evidence and the lack of evidence. Told the jury, just wait. The defense wants the truth to come out in court for the jury and the families. The truth is that the investigation was messed up from the beginning and up to as recently as the last few days. In the beginning, evidence was lost. Key witness interviews are gone forever, and they didn't even write down the names of people they interviewed. There's no way to recreate some of the early investigative steps that law enforcement took. Months later, they lost more interviews from a period of time from April to June. In the middle of the investigation, they got in a turf war with the FBI and kicked them out. FBI assisted with the extraction of Libby's phone, and police kicked the FBI out before discussing the FBI's findings from that extraction. I don't know if we ever really got anything concrete on the phone extraction from the FBI, but as of 2 days ago, law enforcement is still scrambling because there's a hair in Abby's hand. It was wrapped around her fingers and had a root. The DNA was extracted from it. The analyst testified that the hair might be from a relative of Libby. It is not Libby's hair. It's not Abby's hair. It is female. They still need to complete the testing. They will test mom, grandma, sister, somebody like that. In 7 years, they never turned in Becky or Kelsey's DNA to see if it matches. They had the DNA but didn't turn it in. We don't have the result back yet, but we're hoping to soon, which we all know does come back. Yes, Luthi, do you have time? You want to come up? The truth can come out on a phone, and that's part of the defense's theme. Baldwin had a phone he continued to show the jury. The forensic data on phones doesn't lie or cheat. That goes back. I mean, they're repeating that in the closing. When you find out what's on Libby's phone, the state is going to start to fall apart. Well, that's an interesting statement. Because Nick, apparently from people in the courtroom, said Nick did get really flustered after this information about the phone situation. And then you got Cecil out there Googling shit on lunch. There were a couple guys from the ISP who were in charge of the phone dumps and the data, but they were ill-equipped to understand it. It's important because this phone data is accurate and reliable and is going to be incredibly important. He asked the jury to hold the state to their theory of the case because he contends that they are going to have to change it as evidence comes out. The state's theory is that Abby and Libby were dead by 4 p.m. at the latest on 2/13. They don't move. The phone doesn't move. They are killed and abandoned and left in place. And that the phone was under Abby's body the whole time from 3:30 to 4 until they were discovered around noon the following day. State says Richard Allen arrived and parked at the CPS lot around 1:30. The route that the state claims he took is odd, and there's no good reason to take that route. He would have had to have driven an abnormal way. According to the state, the car is parked there until sometime after 4 p.m. Richard left. He didn't come back to the crime scene, and he didn't take Libby's phone with him. Richard was never on the trail at the same time as Abby and Libby. The witnesses describe a guy, bridge guy, as 5'11", which is not Richard Allen. Richard arrived at the trails around noon or 12:30, and he was gone from the trails by 1:30. Richard's car is gone by 2:15. Betsy Blair drove by the CPS lot at 2:15, and she saw one car there, a Mercury Comet, that looked the same as the one her dad had in the 1960s. Richard had 2 cars that he drove, which was I think it was the truck and the Ford Focus. He had another car, I think, too. I think him and Kathy switched cars back and forth, but that's neither here nor there. Camera at the Hoosier Harvest store shows Kelsey's car at 1:49. The girls were on the trail right after Betsy Blair. They basically followed Betsy Blair down the trail to the bridge. The girls passed Betsy Blair as Betsy was coming back from the bridge. Around 2:05 p.m., the girls were on the bridge. Close to halfway across the bridge, Libby was ahead. She turned around and took a photo of Abby at 2:07. At 2:13, the abduction happens at the end of the bridge and is caught on video. The video is not panoramic, so you won't see much. You can't see the water or the end of the bridge. You hear a voice telling the girls go down the hill, but the man on the video, his mouth doesn't move. Therefore, the defense contends that there is more than one person. At the end of the bridge, you have the choice to go right or left. They went left down a steep incline. We don't know and can't show which way they went down for sure, but either way, they would have landed on an access road that goes under the bridge. The access road leads all the way to the home of a man named Brad Weber. It's possible there were other people or a vehicle making use of the access driveway. Evidence suggests that the girls may have gotten into a vehicle down there on that access road. There is not strong evidence about what happened. The data from Libby's phone shows that she was connected to the tower and getting messages and text messages until 5:44 p.m., at which point the phone no longer connected. At 4:33 a.m., Libby's phone suddenly reconnected. Defense theory is that this is when the phone came back in the area. After 4 p.m., when Rick Allen left, data will show human hands handled Libby's phone. It registered human hands handling it. The last ping of her phone was at 5:44 p.m. They continued to try to ping the phone every 15 minutes. At 10 p.m., investigator Mullen contacts Mitch Walker at ISP, who said the phone wasn't in working order or was out of the service area. I don't think that's Walker. I think that's supposed to be Boucher. Whatever his name was. The phone was found in working order, therefore it had to be out of the service area. At 4:33 a.m., 15 texts come through to Libby's phone. The search party will establish that the girls were not where they were found. The fire chief was a part of the search. His area to search was across the creek from the area where the bodies should have been. There was a grid search. This has gone back and forth. Some reported there was no grid search. Some reported there was a grid search. So, the fire chief will testify that he saw flashlights from people searching across the creek from him, which is the general area where the bodies were ultimately found. The girls were found in a flat area, which is a natural area for people to walk if they were searching in the dark. The girls' clothes were found in the creek. However, many people who were searching the creek prior to that time, and no clothes were found. Nobody saw the clothes. Holman will testify that from where the girls were found, you could hear voices on the bridge. And 4 people would have been walking on the bridge at the time of the abduction/murder, yet they heard nothing. These 4 people heard no screams. These 4 people heard no talking. These 4 people heard no rustling like footsteps. The bullet and the confessions mean nothing when the phone data says otherwise. If we rely on the hard data, none of this other stuff matters. You're going to see videos of Richard Allen in his cell where he was watched 24 hours a day. You're going to see the conditions he was in. Richard Allen went into prison fragile to begin with, and the videos will be upsetting. Within 2 weeks of arriving to prison, Richard Allen told his uncle not to send money and not to hire a lawyer. Maybe I'll just admit to all of it so you don't have to suffer. Why says his uncle, but maybe. 6 months later, the confessions start. He says he shot the girls, but they were not shot. We never hear that confession. They're still talking about it, but we still never heard that one. Defense experts will say that this has all the ingredients for these to be false confessions. Andrew Baldwin addresses the magic bullet in the ground. There was no photo or video of the bullet being recovered or retrieved. There's only one photo of the bullet in place, then a photo of the bullet in the lab. And they showed that. The law enforcement in this area commonly uses .40 caliber ammunition. I don't know if they really got that out by asking what guns people had. They also commonly have Sig Sauer brand handguns. It's possible the police dropped a bullet, but nobody asked. It's possible to test law enforcement's guns against the bullet found, but no one did that either. Brad Weber had a .40 caliber Sig Sauer in his vehicle. This was tested and not excluded as the source of the bullet. I mean, Brad Weber was right in there on day one. Dr. Warren will be critical of the bullet testing process. There are markings on the magic bullet, not from being shot, but only from being cycled through the gun. There were sufficient markings on the bullet to do an analysis, but what they did for the testing is they took a pristine bullet and cycled it through Richard Allen's gun. That process produced markings that were not sufficient for comparison. So then they went and fired the bullet to try to get more markings. Once they fired the bullet, they then were able to compare the markings on the shell casing to the unfired bullet found in the ground. And based on that, that is why they're saying they can match it to Richard Allen's firearm. The problem is, this is not comparing apples to apples. It's comparing apples to oranges. They stuck with that theory the whole time. Our own eyeballs can look at the pictures of the two bullets and see that they don't match. Interesting that he brought that up in opening, and that becomes a big deal when she's on the stand because she doesn't want them to look at it. Oh, thank you, CH. I figured that from just the hour that I was able to listen to. Lots of markings are consistent between guns because guns are manufactured in bulk by the same machines. Therefore, the magic bullet is of no value. Melissa Oberg, the analyst who did the testing but is no longer at ISP, will testify that she has done over 1,100 or 1,300 comparisons, and she's never been wrong. But other people she has supervised have been wrong. Betsy Blair arrives around 1:49 p.m., which is right before Kelsey drops off the girls. Betsy describes the bridge guy as early 20s, maybe 30, with brown fluffy hair. She sees him on the bridge about 50 feet away from her. Richard Allen has worn his hair short since 1989. Something most notable about Richard Allen is that he's also small, short. He's so small, so short. Betsy Blair said nothing about the man she saw being short. She said she saw Bridge Guy before the murder. Sarah Carbaugh saw Bridge Guy after the murder. And Sarah Carbaugh's story has been inconsistent. So in 2017, when she spoke to police, Sarah Carbaugh told them that the guy she saw wore a tan jacket and was muddy. This was the extent of her description. When Sarah Carbaugh spoke to police in 2019 after the Bridge Guy video and the still photo was released, she changed this to the man was wearing a blue jacket and he was bloody, like he slaughtered a pig. No DNA of Richard Allen is at the crime scene. There's no social media connection between the girls or the scene and Richard Allen. There's no digital connection between the girls or the scene and Richard Allen. There's no forensic data connecting Richard Allen to anything. It has taken the state 7 years to figure out whose hair is in her hand. A forensic pathologist is going to say that it looks like two different blades were used, one serrated and one non-serrated. In Richard Allen's confessions, he stated he killed the girls with a box cutter. Defense theory is that this is supportive of evidence that more than one person was involved, the multiple knives, the down-the-hill voice not matching lips moving of the man in the video, etc. When you see the crime scene, you'll understand that it's highly unlikely one person could have done it. At this point, there was an interruption for an objection from the state. Okay, so the crime scene was a bizarre scene. There were sticks on the girls. When law enforcement began the investigation, they originally thought more than one person did this and that it wouldn't be feasible for one person to commit this crime. Please wait. Richard Allen is really innocent. I'd say for the most part, they fulfilled everything that they said. There's a couple things that they brought up that they didn't end up getting into. They ended up withdrawing, so the defense had requested for a jury view, and they ended up withdrawing it. So, no, no, because supposedly he went and talked to, or he called the tip line because he was telling his wife that he was out there that day, and she was the one who was like, "Oh, you need to call." So I don't know. That doesn't seem well. I'm trying to catch up on you guys. I haven't been looking at chat at all. So this will be a quick acquittal. Some people are thinking that we might have a verdict today. Right now, if they're going home at 4 o'clock, they only have a half hour left. Not proven. Just speculated. Never proven. The fact that nobody in that town over 5 years before his arrest never once called the line about him. I think it's very interesting that literally the only tip they got about Richard Allen, even after Richard Allen's arrest, was only from Richard Allen. Now, even when he's arrested, you don't have a bunch of people coming forward and saying anything about this dude. Like, man, he was doing some weird shit. He always acted weird. You never had anybody come forward and say any of that kind of stuff. Nobody called in any tip lines about him. The only tip that was ever received about Richard Allen was from Richard Allen. Yeah, Sarah Carbaugh would be gone. And it's interesting because I always Sarah Carbaugh was a garbage witness. And now going back to what time we went back and looked up how much the reward was when she came forward, and it was at 200 grand. When she came forward to say that she saw this random dude on the street, it was at 200 grand. It was right after the Colts player and coach, retired player and coach, had donated and made it like 200K. And then she came forward. In psychosis, his coach. Hold on, I don't know if I understand this comment. It is. He told you with a fly what he did. If in psychosis, his co-designs would be jarred and jumbled. He hid in plain sight. I think that's kind of the point, is every other conversation he had was jumbled, except for this one conversation with Walla, which is a narrative, which even her boss comes and says, yeah, that's fucking weird. Well, she didn't say fucking, but no, the reward money, nobody's going to see that reward money. Nobody's going to see that reward money. Are they seriously already released for the day? What? I thought they were staying until 4. They didn't even stay till 4? Seriously? She might have said fucking. It's possible, Delaney. It's always possible. Wait, they're gone already? Hold on. Oh, that's sweet. Sweet. DB made this for All Eyes, so we have a verdict watch. But if they're gone, this needs to stop. All Eyes, where are you at? All Eyes, are you in chat? If they're gone for the day, somebody needs to make sure this stops. Or are we just doing a running, however, even if they're not deliberating? Somebody message All Eyes. I think they've decided and they just want to sleep on it. Oh, oh. Do you think that they went in and did like the straw vote and they came out with an answer and they were like, there's no way we can go back in there with this answer right now? Okay. All right, let me see. The jury has requested to be released for the day 40 minutes early. They will reconvene at 9 a.m. Well, holy shiznit. They left. They didn't even stay till 4. That makes me wonder if they did a straw vote and they're just like, yeah, we're good. We don't need to go through this. Like, why wouldn't they stay there? That's really weird. They're away from their family. Why wouldn't they stay there? I'm wondering if they have a feeling of where they're leaning. And they're just like, yeah, we're good. We're good. I mean, that could go either way. Or if they were completely divided. I mean, I guess it could go completely. We're 6-6, so we're going to have a lot to go through. Let's just break for today. And we'll come back tomorrow. We'll start fresh. And we'll just start from the beginning tomorrow morning, and we'll just go through everything. I think either way is possible. I don't want to read too much into it because it could be so many things. If I'm going to try to read tea leaves, if I was on the jury, I'd be 100% not guilty, but wouldn't want it read until morning with bags packed, ready to get the hell out of there. Yeah, that's just it really could go either way. It could go that they're split and they're just going to start fresh. Or they already have a decision, they have a straw decision, and they're just like, we cannot go back in there this quick. We have to wait. Let's go back to the hotel. We'll come back tomorrow morning. I don't like that they left early either. Yeah, I don't know. It could be all kinds of crazy. It could be, who knows? So I guess for everybody who voted that they thought that the verdict would be today, all of you will be disappointed because we're definitely looking at tomorrow at the earliest now. But this is perfect. I'm glad that you guys have this so that we can keep an eye on how long they've been in. Let me just double check these guys and see if anybody has planned anything. I don't think anybody's got anything planned still. This is like the weirdest shit. Andrea wouldn't go till 4 regardless because she does it the same time every day, 7 Eastern. But Bob normally is like right when you get out of court, he's like going live. All right, let me go to, yeah, they're done for the day. Let me update this, I guess. Let me update the banner. Now it doesn't want to fucking work. Okay. So let's go back over here and we'll see. We'll keep going through. Hey, 1960. I'm definitely feeling better. I'm not 100% yet, but I definitely feel better. Thank you for checking on me. Yeah, so this is so All Eyes is going to get with DB so he can fix the clock. I can't stop the clock. I have no control over the clock. DB will stop the clock and he'll fix it and get us to the right spot. So I sound way better. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I feel way better, but I still have a little bit of congestion. Okay, let me pull up these other videos that we wanted to look at. Why we now just sit here and try to contemplate what the fudge, why they went home early already. It's so frustrating. Okay, so this is, let me bring this over here. This is the video. So Lana and Julie went out last night to do a little experiment at the bridge. So we're going to watch that together. He's better. He went back to school today for the first day, and I haven't gotten any calls from the nurse, so we should be doing, he should be doing okay. So let me back this up so we can see what they're doing. I'll show you guys this. So this is on Truth and Transparency.
Hello.
This is Lana and Julie. Like I said, they went out to do an experiment on the Betsy Blair and Bree Wilbur timeline that was testified to, because there's this interesting little tidbit about, you know, the girls saying they didn't see anybody else there, but then Betsy Blair says she was there at the same time as the girls, but supposedly didn't see them there, right? Because she goes there, she does 2 laps, she leaves, she goes to the library to go to the bathroom, and then she comes back, and that's when she sees young bridge guy, and where she says she saw 2 girls that she thought resembled Abby and Libby, but she couldn't 100% say it was them. So, but they don't discuss like who she saw when she was there the first go round. So, and then Betsy or Bree Wilbur and crew are saying they didn't see anybody. So I don't know. So they're out here doing this little experiment. So I may speed it up, but we're gonna watch that.
Hey.
Hello. Hi. Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, you're good. You're good.
If it ends up being too
gosh,
fast,
here you go,
I'll just
Julie.
slow it back down.
Yeah, I'm walking it just like the girls would. Nice, good speed, but not fast, casual.
Yep.
You know, but
And I'm Betsy Blair getting my workout on.
yeah, she'd be a fast walker.
This really reminds me a lot of what All Eyes has done. If you guys can, one of the mods drop All Eyes channel too, and Truth and Transparencies. All Eyes has these videos put together where she has all the different paths of all the different people that were walking there and the ways they would have gone, and she has them done with a timeline of quote unquote BG, and she also has them done with the timeline of when Richard Allen says he was there. And so you can see like how people would have passed each other or how they may have not passed each other. So this reminds me kind of that, but just in a real time situation. So both very good.
It's gonna be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
FYI, I'm going to run to the restroom. So if you guys are talking to me in chat, I'm not going to be here. So I'm going to play this and I'll be right back.
Oh. And we might go in and out of what do you call it? We might go in and out of service at points, but it should just kick us back in when we need it. Like, you know.
Okay.
So start it, B. Oh. Talk about a drive test of a lifetime right here.
This is great.
Oh gosh, it's gonna be close. And you started at the beginning, right?
Yeah, across the bridge.
Yep.
So it's either across the bridge.
But you had to.
They
Yeah,
might
you had
have
to. No, I think that's. Well, we're about to see.
okay, because sometimes people take pictures at the little the train monument here by the Freedom Bridge.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's
So then we'll have both because she's got the clock running.
Yep.
So.
Okay. Perfect.
Are you guys doing a test? We are doing a test. We are doing a test. We have a test. This is after after Bree Wilbur's rebuttal testimony today.
Yep.
Julie, can you still hear me? Okay.
Yes, I sure can.
Okay, good. So yeah, I am Betsy Blair, and Julie Melvin is Bree Wilbur, and this is our drive test, aka walk test, based off of Bree Wilbur's rebuttal testimony today.
Yes.
Based off of a 12:25 picture that was taken at the Freedom Bridge, and then another picture that was in evidence at 12:46 p.m. And we always wondered when these girls got down to that Moon High Bridge to take that 12:46 picture. And now that we have the 12:25 timestamp mixed with Betsy Blair's, when she passes the Hoover Heartland at 12:22, gets out of her car, has to walk that little gravel path. She comes left. She comes right down here to the Moon High Bridge. She makes her loop, and then she's going to be heading back to go to the Freedom Bridge. So let's see if this does what I think it does.
Yep, because they're on. They actually have a place they're going, and they're going from the Freedom Bridge down to the water, and they go straight there. So we're going to see.
Yeah, because otherwise you wouldn't make it.
Yeah, and just for purposes of, I will walk down that 505 all the way down to the water through the weeds and stuff like that too. Just for the heck of it, even if you're done filming, it'd be good to get it on video. And you know what? I'll come back up there. I'll come back up there and get our timestamp at the bench too.
Holy shit! I think I'm right. We'll see.
We're gonna get this whole thing. Passing some ladies here.
Oh, yep.
Hello.
Ask them if they saw your friend that had a camera. I'm just kidding. I saw them.
Yeah.
They're super nice.
Okay. Yeah, they said hi.
Yeah, super sweet. Oh God, here we go. Now Betsy's supposed to be out here doing a little workout, doing her thing. Holy shit. Go Betsy, go. Oh, here we go. Oh my God. I'm trying to see if I see you. Do you see me at all yet?
Not yet. No, there's like this bench up here where the wooden rail is.
Okay.
No, and I'm walking probably. This is how the girls would probably walk, because if they're on a mission to go down to the water first, so I'll be coming around the corner here. Now, did she say where she passed the girls?
Yeah, as she was coming, she said that she passed them as if the girls. That's what I tried to say. Is I was like, the girls. I was like, there's no, like, you would have had to walk behind, like, around them. Otherwise, if you pass them like this is when she's saying that she passed them how I am right now, that if you were to continue, like, I would pass you like this. Because she said that she passed them between the Moon High Bridge and, like, it was on her way heading back this way away from, the bridge.
When she did her loop, did she kind of turn around, like, do a little...
Well, like, she just goes up to, like, that. Yeah, she just does, like, a... Yep, it's like you're doing, like, kind of like a suicide where you, like, get to one end, okay, I'm gonna...
Yeah. So I'm at right now. I'm close to the bench that they sat on for the.
Hell yeah! I was right. This is amazing.
Yeah,
this is amazing.
See that?
What are they thinking? What's the time on that? C739, 740. I mean, I can feel it in my chest. I just had to know if I could beat you to be able to get on the 501 to go down 505, whatever it is, right here.
Yeah, you can. Beat me, probably.
And this tells me that I did it. I'm almost to the, like, there's no way you could get and split me so I wouldn't see you, is my point. Okay.
Oh my.
And this is,
yeah,
fuck yes, right there.
Don't move. Just keep doing your thing because she's doing her little loop. Okay.
There we are. I told y'all we would see each other right here.
And she saw these girls. Shit. That is crazy.
Okay, and now think about this. Think about this. We start at the same time, so I would give myself an extra 3 minutes, and that means you'd be 3 minutes back there.
Yeah, so guess what?
Boom!
So
Okay, so what they essentially they just proved here is that there's no way that Betsy Blair would have not seen Bree Wilbur and Rayleigh Voorhees and that crew. How did they not see each other? That's what the whole you know, she's very high energy, so it's like yeah, it's there's one is walking the Betsy Blair route, one is walking the route of the girls of the Betsy Blair or the Bree Wilbur girls. And so they're showing like they would have crossed paths. But this is like the whole thing, like when everybody's like, well, if Richard Allen is there from 12 to whatever, then how come he doesn't see Bridge Guy? Or how come Bridge Guy doesn't see him? You know, like, and it's like there are people that are crossing each other that are not seeing each other. Or you even have people like Dave McCain, who there's two people sitting right there on the bridge, and he doesn't even fucking notice them, apparently. He testified that he never saw them. And they're like, oh yeah, we saw this old guy with the camera. Nancy, they could have requested it. I almost thought that they would have. But I don't know. They have all that. They showed them like drone footage in the photos. Maybe they felt like it wasn't necessary. I wondered if they might request it on their own. This is a video from the other day. So they walked the path of, they should have changed their names, but she walked the path of Betsy Blair. She walks the path of the four girls who, during testimony, they're saying they did not see each other. But how did they not see each other if they were there at the same time? So the thought process behind this is, remember, she says she sees like these two girls. She sees two girls that resemble Abby and Libby, but she doesn't know if it is Abby and Libby. So does she ever... Betsy Blair is the only witness that even potentially sees Abby and Libby at the bridge. She's like the proof that the girls are even at the bridge, outside of the phone stuff, which became kind of wonky because if you remember, the picture of Abby on the bridge is not actually found on Libby's phone. They never find it on Abby's or Libby's phone. They the Bridge Guy video has the weird geo location where it starts out at the high school and ends up like kind of zooming into the bridge, which they say is not uncommon because as things are longer, you know, anytime you're taking a video like that, as the time goes by, the geolocation will start to like zero in on your actual location. Yeah, Betsy didn't abduct them. No. I don't. No, that's just silly. That is not what I am implying at all. At all. Travis, that is actually from the PCA, because that's how the prosecutor puts it in there that she saw that she possibly saw the two girls. But now we know, before we didn't know that Betsy had gone there, done 2 laps. I wonder if I should just pull it up. So there was something really weird about the way that they had Betsy Blair's statement in the PCA. And it kept saying that she returned to her walk. I don't know if you guys remember that. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. And we were always like, what does that even mean? Like, what do you mean she returned? This is Ron Logan's. Sorry, I grabbed the wrong one. I don't even know if it matters if you guys even care to see it, but So anyway, we learn in the trial that she was there and she did 2 laps, had to go to the bathroom. So she left, goes to the library, and then she comes back. So is it possible that in her memory, because she's not paying attention to what time she saw these girls, what lap did she see the girls on? Is she sure that she saw 2 girls at the time of her last lap? And then you also have to take into consideration that now you have Shelby Hicks, who testifies and says that there were other kids there. So the whole point of this is just to show, like, how are these people not seeing each other? And if they really aren't seeing each other, then why does it mean that Richard Allen has to see anybody when he's there, or that they have to see Richard Allen, or any of that? Like I'm saying, like, there's all these different paths to go down. I can't get it to load. So you guys are just going to have to either go find the PCA on your own. I have too much shit open right now. My computer is like, no. I don't know. I haven't watched it that far, Sleuthy. We can keep going.
Look at this. And then this is where, hey, she saw some girls. And guess what? I would have been 3 minutes ahead of her, which was her 3 minutes back that way. And like I said, Betsy Blair would have ran into 2 girls, which would have been Riley Rayleigh and Bree Wilbur. Right on here.
Keep the timer going. Keep the timer going, because I'm going down. I'm going straight down here. And I'm going all the way down to the water. I'm going to show you.
Hell yeah, Oriani. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, Scott, if I don't know, people, I've seen people making like big deals about that comment. I don't understand the big deal about that comment. Me personally, he's like, I never saw these girls. So if they're taking a picture of me, that's not me. But nobody could tell who the picture in there it is. So he's like,
don't mess with me in timelines again. And that's with her starting at the same time, like same time stamp as me. You would have actually been 3 minutes behind me. Yep. Boom.
Boom. That's awesome.
I'm seeing your guys' ass right here.
I can't believe that. I mean, we did not test this before. Nothing. I mean,
I just knew it on the mileage. I knew it on the mileage.
It may get a little darker through here. I'm going to keep filming. So you're going to see where this 505. I'm on the 505, and I'll show you where this ends.
Okay, now I'm going to do a test. Can you hear me scream? Ready?
Okay.
I'm going to mute on this end. Ready?
Okay. Yep.
Ready? Woo! Ow!
I heard you. I heard you from over there. I heard you from over there.
All right. Okay, this is that split that I said. The girls have a picture at 1246, which you have to go down.
126, 1243 down to the water.
Yeah.
And then 126. So as soon as I go down here, I don't know what they did dilly-dally around, but I'm going to go down here. I'm going to show you exactly where.
And then she would have had another chance at hitting them, because then she gets down there to make the loop to come back this way, which would be another chance at the apple. Okay.
So let me.
Bree Wilbur just basically impeached Betsy Blair.
Yep.
This rebuttal.
Nah, opposite. I think it's the opposite. I think Betsy Blair is the more consistent witness, and I think that Bree Wilbur is the more made up witness. So I think Bree Wilbur just impeached herself, but that's neither here nor there. All right, so you guys can watch that over on that channel if you guys want to. Want to watch the rest of it? We watched over half of it, but essentially that was kind of the whole point of, no, Betsy wasn't walking a dog. Why couldn't Betsy be like the neighbor lady in Watts? That lady was sharp. Oh yeah, she was. She was like, oh yeah, I saw that little gray truck with the hatchback on it. Okay. Let me just see if there's any other updates, and then if you guys want, I have the video. Oh, thank you, All Eyes. Here, let me pull that up real quick. She sent it to me because I can't get shit to load on my computer right now. So let me see. I think it's better in the one that has, I think it's better in the search warrant, to be honest with you. Let me see. That's Bree Wilbur's. Investigators spoke with Betsy Blair, who advised she was on the trails on February 13th video. The Hoosier Harvester captured blank vehicle traveling eastbound on 146 toward the entrance from the mirrors. Advised she saw 4 juvenile. Nope, this is Betsy Blair's, but this is when she sees the girls leaving. There were no other cars parked across. She advised she walked to the Mononai Bridge and observed a male and was described as a male. I think it's in the other one. Let me see. Let me see if it's in this one. Hold on, you guys. I'm looking for it. Here. Here it is. It is in this one. Thank you. All right, let me see if you guys can see this. So it says, as the girls left, they crossed the Freedom Bridge. So that's the 4 girls that are leaving. 4 girls leaving. And so she sees them crossing the Freedom Bridge. Or not the Freedom Bridge, the old 25 bridge is what she sees them crossing over while she's driving under the old 25. So she said, it says an individual by the name of Betsy Blair was returning to the trails to finish her walk. I guess I can't highlight on this one. Like I said, this is probably not even important to you guys, but I just wanted to show you guys where I got that information from. So we were always like, what does that mean? What do you mean she was returning to the trails to finish her walk? Where the hell was she walking? Where did she go? What was she doing? So she sees the 4 girls leaving when she comes back. But she doesn't see them on the trails, supposedly. RV said she saw the man at 2:15, but Betsy Blair saw the girls walking over the small bridge at approximately 1:43. Correct. Jory says, trying to share from my many years of experience that he was treated quite fairly. Protected as a suspected child pedo. He was not a suspected child pedo, FYI. And formed testimony, I feel he wanted to come clean to God. You may be right about the last part, but he was not a suspected pedo. There was no essay on the girls. They already knew that for years. So, and that is not typically how child killers are even treated. They're not put into solitary for 13 months. I'd beg for you in your expertise to find me another case where a pretrial detainee suspected of homicide is housed in solitary confinement in what's considered the whole of one of the worst prisons in their state, and consider that that would be the norm of how we treat people. Sammy the Bull did 13 years in real isolation, underground, alone. So you're comparing Richard Allen to Sammy the Bull? Is that what I'm hearing you say? Are you for real right now? That's comical, actually. Anyway, I'm going to move on from that. I have another video that, oh, she is, okay. Let me just, I'm gonna double check and see if these guys are live. If they're not live, then I have another video I wanna show you guys about solitary confinement, ironically, so it was the perfect segue, Jolie, thank you. So this is the expert that testified, Dr. Stuart Gracian. This is his lecture on the psychiatric effects of solitary confinement. Now, this kind of information isn't always for everybody. Not everybody likes to, actually research the information. So I understand that this isn't a video that everybody wants to watch. I found it very interesting. I got about 3/4 of the way through. So I'm going to play it for you guys, and then I'll let you guys, I'll stop if you guys need me to stop. So this is his lecture. This is Stuart Gracian, the doctor who testified about the conditions of being thrown into solitary confinement and what that does to somebody.
I'd like to start by first thanking the organizers of this very valuable symposium for inviting me to participate. I first became aware of the particular toxicity of solitary confinement when I was retained in a class action lawsuit challenging conditions of confinement at Massachusetts Walpole State Prison. I had no prior experience with the issue and was actually initially quite skeptical that I would find anything unusual. But the clinical observations I made at Walpole were shocking and unexpected. The prisoners who I evaluated were very symptomatic, quite clearly, and very frightened of what they were experiencing. And they were describing a set of symptoms that was not at all typical of what was seen in clinical psychiatric practice. They included massive perceptual disturbances, these things like hyperresponsivity to external stimuli, loss of perceptual constancy, things getting bigger, smaller, lights getting brighter and duller. None of these things are what we see in typical psychiatric practice. Simple hallucinations, dots, forms, mice, things that didn't necessarily have any meaning, often developing into more complex hallucinations. Very unusual. And clearly what we were looking at were problems with mental alertness, disturbances of thinking, concentration and memory, in some cases dissociative experiences, stupor and confusion, and even to the point of overt disorientation. Massive confusion. Thought content. The people were focused on intrusive obsessional ideas, conditions, their health. Little bodily sensations would grow into these alarming things, and they would think they had cancer, etc. And vague, shifting paranoid thoughts, which would sometimes develop into overt delusional preoccupations. In addition, there were affective disturbances, anxiety, massive anxiety, panic attacks, and then impulse discontrol. Random violence sometimes, just random violence, along with, of course, self-directed violence and suicidality. The full syndrome, the people who were most severely affected, would develop an acute confusional psychosis with disorientation, subsequent amnesia for the episode, massive anxiety, paranoia, agitation, random violence, suicidality, and hallucinations in multiple spheres. We think of hearing and to some extent visual hallucinations, but we're talking here about kinesthetic hallucinations, olfactory hallucinations, hallucinations in multiple modalities. The course was also interesting. There was often a sudden onset, and the most acute symptoms would subside rapidly upon release from solitary confinement. What we were looking at clearly, for anyone who's knowledgeable in psychiatry, what we were actually looking at this point was delirium. And I quote from DSM-4, the criteria for diagnosis of delirium. And you'll see it's very, very similar. Inability to maintain and shift attention, impaired consciousness and thinking, disorientation, EEG slowing. And by the way, that has been found in solitary confinement. EEG slowing develops within days. reversals of sleep-wake cycle, these same misperceptions, illusions, simple hallucinations, which are not the kind of things you're going to see in schizophrenia or manic depression or any of those illnesses. Marked fear, paranoia, agitation, and again, onset often sudden at night, and often people would have amnesia for the subsequent, for what happened to them after they recovered. Delirium is in fact not a syndrome associated with ordinary clinical practice in psychiatry. It's more typically seen in an ICU, the product of a derangement of the brain's internal activating system, caused, for example, by sepsis, congestive heart failure, hypoxia, and so forth. Very, very sick people. My observations of prisoners in solitary, therefore, bore witness to the fact that in addition to being a product of internal derangement, this syndrome can be caused by a profound reduction of external stimulation. But I certainly was not the first person to realize this either. It's been well known in medicine, ICU psychosis. Patients who had eye surgery and were eye patched could develop the same kind of things with disorientation, confusion, overt delirium, hearing impairment. The iron lung was a major problem for the poliomyelitis patients, a major problem in the hospitals. These poor people would be, staring straight up, unable to move, unable to change their environment at all. And delirium, psychosis was a major, major problem. It's also been seen in other situations which are not as common nowadays. Prolonged traction for spinal patients is not used as nearly as much. And cardiac patients on bed rest for prolonged periods of time. These are just examples. It has, in fact, long been known that severe restriction of environmental and social stimulation has a profoundly deleterious effect on mental functioning. This issue has been, for example, been a major concern for many groups of patients, including the ones I've just described. It has also been described in other non-medical situations, rather interesting and exotic situations. Polar exploration, wintering over in workstations in the Arctic and Antarctic, especially the Antarctic workstations, is a major problem. There's been a lot written about it in the literature. Aviation, solo pilots flying long distances would develop this syndrome. Major concerns in submarines. There's been a lot of the US Navy, NASA has spent a lot of money and a lot of time studying this. It was also observed among solo explorers, solo sailors, people sailing around the world. If you think about it, after a while, the sea is the sea is the sea, and the same kind of syndrome would develop. Arctic hunters in the night, with all the darkness and the white and a lack of variation in their environment. There's a very interesting syndrome among the Eskimos. Wintering over in the northern plains, it was sort of fascinating. Settlers, people who would settle in the northern plains, would be in these huts they would have constructed, and then during the winter they'd go out of their hut, and all there was whiteness, and the plains, white plains, and a number of them became delirious, confused. There was violence, there was paranoia, hallucinations, etc. More to the point, of course, the effect of restricted environmental stimulation in solitary confinement has been known for almost 200 years. The United States was actually the world leader in introducing prolonged incarceration and solitary confinement as a means of dealing with criminal behavior. The penitentiary system developed in the early 19th century, the brainchild of the Philadelphia Quakers. It was a product of a spirit of great social optimism about the possibility of rehabilitation of individuals with socially deviant behavior. And no expenses were spared in creating the ideal setting, or so they thought. And this is from a book by David Rothman, a very, very significant book describing the Philadelphia prison. The arrangements guaranteed that convicts would avoid all contamination and follow a path to reform. No precaution was excessive. Officials pulled a hood over the head of a new prisoner when marching him to his cell so he would not be seen by other inmates. He wouldn't be contaminated by them. Thrown upon his own innate sentiments was no evil example to lead him astray. In total isolation, without companions, well, books are too a little complicated. He would return to the community cured of vice and idleness to take his place as a responsible citizen. You're giving these people a wonderful opportunity to become like penitent monks in their own monastic cell. And of course, that's the origin of the word, the penitentiary. It was started in a spirit of great social optimism. They thought they were doing wonderful things for these people. Well, the Americans were quite proud of their penitentiary system, and they invited and encouraged important visitors from abroad to observe it. Long-term in solitary became very widespread, extending even to several European prison systems, which emulated the American model. Observers of this system from abroad were not always so impressed. This is a wonderful set of quotes from Charles Dickens when he visited the United States. And of course, as an important visitor, he visited the penitentiary. And this is what he saw. Listen to what he says here. He's not just describing illness, he's describing delirium. The inmate is a man buried alive, dead to everything but torturing anxieties and horrible despair. And then this next one, the first man I saw answered always with a strange kind of pause, confused. He fell into a strange stare as if he had forgotten something. Wonderful description of the delirious state. There was a sailor. Why does he stare at his hands and pick the flesh open and raise his eyes for an instant to those bare walls? Lovely description of a really horrible situation. The results of the American penitentiary system were in fact catastrophic. The incidence of mental disturbances among prisoners so detained and the severity of such disturbances was so great that the system fell into disfavor and was ultimately abandoned. During this process, a major body of clinical literature developed, especially among German clinicians, which documented the psychiatric disturbances created. The solitary confinement had become an administrative nightmare in these settings. I just want to very quickly go through some of these. The German clinicians, wonderfully precise observations: acute confusional state, sudden cessation, subsequent amnesia, hallucinations, delusions, severe anxiety, motor excitement. He screams, runs aimlessly about, destroys and ruins everything in his way. Wonderful descriptions. Such great clinical acumen. Delbruck advised the immediate termination of solitary. Prolonged absolute isolation has a very injurious effect on the body and mind and seems to predispose to hallucinations. Again, Summer, you can read this yourself. Hyperresponsivity to minor inexplicable external stimuli leading to elementary then more complex hallucinations. And then Gooch, he termed this the psychosis of solitary confinement. You know, after I wrote my article in the American Journal of Psychiatry, I was often described as being the discoverer of the solitary confinement syndrome. Solitary confinement syndrome had been known for well over 100 years.
Just an FYI, he did not Google this information. Just want you guys to know that.
Years. Just that nobody bothered looking. 84 cases he described: vivid hallucinations, persecutory delusions, etc. As you can see. And again, notice the precision of these observations, their recognition that this syndrome was very unlike, this very particular syndrome, very unlike those seen in typical psychiatric practice. The paradigmatic disturbance was an agitated confusional state, which in more severe cases had the characteristics of a florid delirium. Even among inmates who did not develop overt psychiatric illness as a result of confinement in solitary, such confinement almost inevitably imposed significant psychological pain during the period of confinement and often significantly impaired the inmate's capacity to adapt successfully to the environment subsequently. By the latter half of the 19th century, this reality was in fact very well recognized. And the system of the penitentiary
I don't even know if this guy would know how to use Google. He'd probably be like, that's just technology that it's way too advanced for me at this point.
system fell into disfavor. The reality of it, though, was recognized even by our own United States Supreme Court. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the court's decision in this very interesting case of In re Medley. Mr. Medley had murdered his wife, was sentenced to death, but the law had changed. Under the old law, he would have been retained in the county jail for 30 days and then hung. Under the new law, instead, he'd be moved to the Colorado State Prison and serve anywhere from 0 to 45 days in solitary confinement. His lawyers argued that you couldn't possibly carry out this new law. It was ex post facto. It was an additional burden on him.
It's too boring.
In solitary for 0 to 45 days.
You think it's too boring? He's literally the guy who testified about the impact of solitary confinement. He's not an entertainer. I understand that. But you're listening to his lecture on solitary confinement and what it does and how it causes psychosis and other issues for inmates. He's going through a little bit of a history lesson, but I don't know. I find this shit fascinating. So I get it. It's not for everybody.
Days when added to a sentence of death on the gallows. And this is what the Supreme Court said. This matter of solitary confinement is not a mere unimportant regulation as to the safekeeping of the prisoner. A considerable number of the prisoners fell after even a short confinement into a semi-fatuous condition from which it was next to impossible to arouse them. And others became violently insane. Others still committed suicide, while those who stood the ordeal better were not generally reformed and in most cases did not recover sufficient mental activity to be of any subsequent service to the community. Well, obviously, this syndrome was well known and its devastating effect was well known before the turn of the century. But dramatic concerns about the profound psychiatric effects of solitary reemerged in the 20th century. The alarm raised by the brainwashing of American prisoners of war and political prisoners by the Soviet Union and Communist China, especially precipitated by the Korean War, gave rise to a major body of medical research concerning the effects of sensory deprivation, including profound sensory deprivation used as a model for studying this, and social isolation. And a lot was written at the time. There was a major concern about this. This is the Soviet detention facilities. Surprisingly modern, well-built, spotlessly clean, but a critical feature of the management of political prisoners was a period of detention and total isolation. And this was a study commissioned by the State Department. The prisoner becomes increasingly anxious and restless and his sleep is disturbed. He gradually gives up all spontaneous activity and ceases to care about his personal appearance and actions. He sits and stares as if he were in a daze, delirium. Ultimately, he seems to lose all of the restraints of ordinary behavior.
Sits and stares. Sits and stares like he's in a state of delirium.
He may soil himself, he weeps, he mutters. Some prisoners may become overtly delirious and have visual hallucinations. There was a group for the advancement of psychiatry symposium studying this, and despite the importance of other factors which tended to weaken personalities and make them more susceptible to forced indoctrination, social and sensory isolation was still the central pathogenic feature in such confinement. So this literature, as well as my own observations, has demonstrated that deprived of a sufficient level of environmental and social stimulation, individuals will soon become incapable of maintaining an adequate state of alertness and attention to the environment. Indeed, even a few days of solitary will predictably shift the EEG pattern towards an abnormal pattern characteristic of stupor and delirium. And interestingly, will also lead to hyperresponsivity to photic stimulus. This fact is in fact not really surprising. Most individuals have at one point or another experienced, at least briefly, the effects of intense monotony. After even a relatively brief period of time, an individual is likely to descend into a mental fog in which alertness, attention, and concentration become impaired. They become hyper-responsive to such stimulation, stimulation that comes into their being causes jar. They get jarred. They startle. Over time, the very absence of stimulation causes stimulation that is available to become noxious and irritating. An adequate state of responsiveness.
I thought that was interesting too, because he says like what it happens is that it causes them to become like so like sensitive to like their surroundings that any type of stimulus can become like where they get extremely agitated.
To the environment requires both the ability to achieve and to maintain an attentional set, to focus, and the ability to shift. The impairment of alertness and concentration in solitary leads to two related abnormalities. The inability to focus, the inability to maintain attention, is experienced as a kind of dissociative stupor, a mental fog in which the person cannot focus attention, cannot remember, cannot think, cannot concentrate. The inability to shift attention results in a kind of tunnel vision in which the person becomes obsessively fixated on some unpleasant or frightening thing, and they can't stop thinking about it. Individuals in solitary easily become preoccupied with some thought, some perceived slight by a guard or an irritation or sound or smell or bodily sensation, and they become tortured by it, unable to stop dwelling on it. Ordinary stimuli become intensely unpleasant, and small irritations become maddening. Those most severely affected by confinement in solitary experience states of florid psychotic delirium, marked by severe hallucinatory confusion, disorientation, and even incoherence, and by intense agitation and paranoia. These often have a dissociative character to them, and they often result in an amnesia for the events of the episode. Other individuals are less severely affected, but still will experience a degree of stupor, difficulties with thinking and concentration, obsessional thinking, agitation, irritability, and difficulty tolerating external stimuli. Moreover, although many of the acute symptoms suffered by these inmates are likely to subside upon termination of solitary, many will likely suffer permanent harm, and I've seen this over and over again. This harm is most commonly manifested by a continuing intolerance of social stimulation, a handicap which prevents the inmate from successfully readjusting to the broader social environment. And perhaps more significantly, often severely impairs the inmate's capacity to reintegrate into the broader community after their release from prison. In closing, it is hard not to reflect on the political situation we see around us today. If you think about it, the toxicity of solitary confinement cannot reasonably be disputed. Yet among those for whom the need to punish and control is too great, that reality is often disputed, and change is resisted fiercely. It is, in fact, all newspeak and alternate facts. That ultimately is, and should be, really frightening to us all. Thank you.
I thought that was really impactful. I think he goes through a lot of the history lesson on like where it starts and what like the research is. But above all, I mean, if you go through, it's like, oh, he almost checks every single box when it comes to Richard Allen. He's like, he is a little monotonous, but this is who the jury's listening to. This is one of the experts that they have to. And I always tell you guys, when it comes to like us not being able to listen to this trial like firsthand, we don't get to see or hear or feel what a juror would feel. We don't get to have the connection to the people. So I don't know. I think it's interesting to be able to pull out one of the witnesses that we know as an expert for the defense team, but get to listen to him talk about that exact same topic and what the jury would be hearing about, like how Richard Allen being in solitary confinement for 13 months with the treatment and what mental health issues that's going to lead to. Talks a lot about delirium, which they tried to rule out when it came to Walla. But he's like, no, like I absolutely see signs of delirium in Richard Allen. So, Amanda, thank you. Don't chat, but listen consistently. Picked up where I left off. I vote Crystal Rogers. I think it's a fascinating case, and no one is covering it. Also, not guilty on this one. Thank you for all you do. You're very welcome. I am very fascinated with Crystal Rogers' case, too. I am kind of leaning towards it just because there's a lot of facets to it. Or if I was a Doug Carter, I'd say there was a lot of tentacles to that case. And we do have a trial that's going to be happening. And Crystal Rogers' body has not been located. I don't know. I don't know. I keep going back and forth. I don't know what I'm going to do yet. We'll see. That's kind of where I'm at with the whole thing, is we'll see. But I'm not done with Delphi because I really want to work to be able to get the information from the public records, and hopefully we can get that. And obviously the Prezi's still not done. So, Carly, you can go to that trial. I know I got to finish Lisk. Oh shit, that's another one. But see, he's another one that I must like. That guy's fucking guilty. But the most curiousest part of Lisk, of Long Island serial killer, is because there's so many victims that very well could be Lisk victims that have not been identified as so. So, I mean, that's a good case too. I actually started working on, I'm doing like these short videos. I started working on it, and then of course Delphi like just takes over everything for me when it happens. I need to not do that, which hopefully we can nip this in the bud here maybe tomorrow. But putting together like short videos, like pre-recorded videos on each victim, so we can see how they connect to each other, and then we're gonna do the short videos on each of the potential victims. So that is something I'm working on as well. Lisk is one that I'm extremely interested in. I don't know. Yeah, that's why I said we'll have to see what happens. I'm gonna just double check Twitter real quick to see if there's any updates. I have not seen anything coming in. So I mean, there's just like there's no updates. The jury went home. I don't see anybody going live. I can't even portal you guys anywhere because I don't know why Bob's not live. So confused by that. I don't know why he's not live. But I can't even portal you guys anywhere. I don't have anybody to portal you to. So, but I'm going to go grab something to eat, and then I am going to, are they still live over there? Hold on, is this just old? That's old, never mind. It just wasn't updated. We'll be back tomorrow. I mean, I have a question. Why did they show Libby's phone with the case? They didn't show Libby's phone with the case. What time tomorrow? 9 a.m. I think we'll just be back at 9. That's probably the earliest I can do after dropping off kids. I can't really do much sooner than that. Hidden is like, no, thank you. I'm not portaling that to that. No, thank you. No, I'd rather just portal you guys to a totally different case at this point. So I mean, shoot, at 9 o'clock my time is noon there. We may already have a verdict by then, but there's just, with after dropping off kids, I get home between 8:30, 8:45. I eat some breakfast and then I come live. So I'll be back in the morning regardless, one way or the other, whether we have a verdict or not. So it may be post verdict. It may be us sitting here waiting and going through verdict watch still. I got nothing. I don't know. I'm thinking maybe tomorrow afternoon. We'll have a verdict, but we could have one before I even get here. So 9 p.m. Jesus Christ, I've been on here too long. 9 a.m. Pacific time, which will be noon Eastern time. And I'll set the live up tonight, so it's already ready to go. And we'll just play it by ear and see what we got. We'll just pull some updates from wherever we can and hang out and go through whatever we want to go through. We can go through the Prezi. We can go through more articles. We can go through more testimony. We can do whatever the hell we want to while we wait. Unless we already have a verdict, then it's going to be what it's going to be. It's so bad. It's so bad. It's going to be whatever it's going to be. So don't stress it. You got no control over. We are not on the jury. The jury's going to come to whatever conclusion they come to. I mean, we have no control. So let's just keep going. You have to work out the time. Yeah, we're stuck in the Delphi vortex. What are you supposed to do with your life after the verdict? I know. I got you. I know. I feel you. We could go look for white vans. We can do everything we want. I just went to her channel. She's not live. Paradox. Is she live again? Maybe it's a different one. Oh, she is live on a different one. I went to my one I was watching her on earlier. Let me see if I can route us to her. I don't know if she has that set up, but if she does, I would absolutely do a portal to R&M. So I will double check it right now before I end this one. And other than that, thank you guys for hanging out with me for over almost, 4.5 hours? Jeez. Let's see if R&M even has it set up where I can go to her. Haha, I can. But I'm bump. All right, so I'll portal you guys over to R&M. They are on verdict watch. She's got our lovely Phoenix on the panel with her. So go enjoy the rest of your Thursday. I will see you out there on the YouTube streets tonight. Probably doing everything Delphi as always. And we had a couple verdicts that came in today, so that was good news for Meline Kingsbury's case, where Adam Fravel, her significant other, was found guilty in her homicide. So that is one case that is done, and he is going to be locked away. And I will see you guys in the morning. Thank you guys for being here. As always, I know you have 1,000 other places you could spend your time, and yet you choose to spend your time here with me, and I can't thank you enough for it. So go. I'll see you later.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no